Good morning, good morning. No, not yet. Hopefully by the Monday.
Voice news disconnected. All right, there are your ES levels on the on chart. Should be good. Very clear that we're just trading in yesterday's value. You can see this is yesterday's value here. We just held the low. We're now testing the highs where we rejected yesterday at the mid, right? This is that short that I called into end of day. So not really expecting a ton here. This is NQ into VWAP. So potentially rotation down here. We'll see. NQ rejecting our PT here so far. into POC here on our daily. See if this holds as a higher low. Good first target if you're trading off of that VWAP projection with ES into our value high. We'll watch to see if they put in a higher low here. Right, this is that pullback to see if we're going to be able to push, or if this is going to fully rotate back down to our value low. Same thing here on ES. POC trying to hold and VWAP at this 46. We'll see if it can do anything with that, or if this is the high, and if we're going to rotate down to 40s. Okay, well, that was a quick first trade. Closing there into our value low.
NATO says Allied fighters shot down drone in Romanian airspace. So again, Allied fighters shot down drone in Romanian airspace according to NATO.
So why does that area matter? Well, it's our VWAP rejection, which we've been rejecting since this open, which was a gap down to our value low. We then rejected POC of yesterday on NQ. So very clear, in my opinion, that this is our value area that we were trying to sustain, right? We then rejected our POC from yesterday after bidding that low from the gap. So we did this move, upside, failed to sustain above, rotated down. We then held our value low from yesterday and held POC, or sorry, held VWAP as resistance and then rotated down, right? We then rotated up, hit into VWAP again, and came right back down to our lows. So this is a great risk off, and we'll see if we get some continuation here on a flip of our value low. This is ES also into our value low, full target. Let's see if we come down. Secondary targets would be here into 430 if 440 doesn't hold.
To Tasnim News, citing an interview with Aragchi, runs for minister. Just a heads up here, Israel says Netanyahu to meet Trump in DC on Tuesday. Again, to go back to the Aragchi post, Tasnim post, Aragchi said to the men regarding consultations with foreign ministers of Russia, China, and Pakistan that their initiative to stop the war against Iran, he said, as long as our goals are not achieved, it's natural that we continue our efforts.
Okay. Switch over to our other charts. Why is there no volume profile? Oh, what the heck?
Also, Rakshi 2000 News says there have been discussions with Pakistan as a mediator regarding their initiative and proposals. The problem is not the lack of a mediator between us and the US, but rather the problematic approach of the Americans. And just reiterates what's already been said before, just political stuff here, that they won't submit to the US's bullying, and they won't respond to threats, pressure, or intimidation. He also says that protecting the people of Iran and preserving Iran's interests in the Strait of Hormuz are among our principles, and we are committed to them.
What is going on with my profile, man? Why would it be drawing it from there? If I say market only, and then it makes the Globex profile. What? Explain. That doesn't make any sense. Just very, very clear PVZ to PVZ from our target here. PVZ value low to value high. This is previous day value high here on ES. Just a full rotation. Yeah, super easy on ES. NQ back into where we just shorted. Let's see if we get another rotation here or if this fails. Unsure. In my opinion, we're just rotating between our Globex VWAP and our value low to POC on today's profile. This was my first trade of the day, which was just that rejection. Played the secondary move here. Post that in chat. So another pretty clear rejection on ES into our previous day value high, like we were just talking about. Again, the only way that we get a higher low is if POC holds here, and then we are able to then establish above previous day value high, and then we can push for our ETH high. If we are unable to do that, right, we will do another full rotation back down to our value low. Both the trades I was telling you about just happened. Peek across the LVN. Yeah, I mean, just like fading the edges makes sense. Same. Broke the 380. I was fine shorting it because I expected a rotation back down to the low. So because my PT was value low itself, like it didn't really matter to me. Because like all I see here on the 15, if I zoom in real quick, we have a very clear distribution that tried right at the highs above PVZ. And we have a guy who tried to build above off of a pretty solid bid on a reclaim here, right? So they looked below, looked back in, rotated up, trapped above, and then we saw them then reject this and then rotate. So what do we have offsides above? So I'm now just playing with momentum, looking for a rotation back through value. Because now we have this guy who's offsides, and we've clearly shown no interest to defend this upper distribution. So now I'm just looking for the rotation through it. Especially with ES also rejecting value high, not showing any interest above. It's like, oh, okay, well, we're probably just going to rotate this node then. I have like a pretty clear stop, right? This is my invalidation then. So I can just play off of this. Because now we have this upper distribution that's been created and shown no interest above. And we are, like, the worst that happens is I come back up into our PVZ. It rotates down on me. So it was only one contract, right? So it was just my entry. I didn't get the secondary because we never got the retest. I could have added here, probably. But that's kind of hindsight. But that would just be us then looking into this distribution, right? And then holding that for the rotation through said distribution. Another bounce off our reversion zone low into PVZ. No change, just rotating. ES into our edge still as our resistance. Lower high, rotating, coming back down to our lows, it would seem. Right, offer in control. Lower high, value high holding, value low. Russell moving with price. Yes, lower high as well. Rotating back down to our lows. Holding our value low of our previous candle on ES and NQ so far. Let's see if sell side can flip it. A lot of energy trying to be pushed into that low there. See what these guys do. What's up, Abu? Yeah, I mean, I think your trade was good. I just have an eye usually to identify balance pretty quick. And this is what I saw on our profile there, same area. But this is, I use MNQ and MES a lot for my deltas because I think that they show up a bit clearer. I'm sure there'd be some order flow nerds that would disagree with me and be like, that's not real. But I think that it shows a lot of the time pretty clearly what's happening when NQ just doesn't have the volume. So like, if we looked at that same area on NQ again, which I'll do right now. Here. Let's see if this is probably gonna be too large of an image, but we'll try. Yeah. So let me paste it in chat first. And then take that thing from chat and open it in browser. And then from there, I then screenshot it, that to then paste in chat. Huge workflow. Okay, there we go. When you have 4K monitors, the things you have to do, man. All right. So this is what that looked like on the 30-second on MNQ on our delta. And I think it's actually pretty telling. So this is that high here below our PVZ. So to me, this is really interesting because our PVZ value is here, right? This is right here at this level, at this like 360. But I saw this guy getting trapped above, just like we saw here on the look above and fail of this range, right? So it's literally the same setup where we have this distribution that forms. We have someone who tries to pop it, they fail, right? And then we look above, and then we rotate through the range. And because this guy's offside in the highs, I expect that low to be taken. And you can see the last attempt that then led to a rotation down to value low. So it's a very similar idea here with that. And you can see that this is our POC here that we basically just rejected on our profile there. POC here. So we know that this is most likely going to go down from our failure at POC down to our value low edge, which is this white box. So we've identified an offside participant in the highs. We've identified a range at the highs where we tried to accumulate, right? And then we have failed. And we are now rotating down back to value low from our failure to establish above POC, which is that orange box. Yeah, so that's usually my, so I'm a auction market theory trader, right? I'm a volume profile trader first, and that's about 90% of my logic that I apply. And then the 10% that at the end is order flow, right? That's my catalyst to actually get into a trade when I actually think follow through is going to happen. So then my entire like trigger for positioning is usually based off of, is there someone offside? Is there someone I can be playing around that would make sense for this move to occur, right? So that's usually my reason to arm. So we have the arm, which is like, oh, look, we're rotating value. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, what's the actual trigger mechanism going to be? And it's like, oh, okay, well, we know someone's offsides, but now we need to see some sort of order flow event that then supports that idea. Right now we have an arm on our ES short here, but no trigger yet. But that's the look above value and fail. I'm assuming that it will probably trigger for this rotation down to 24s eventually, but we'll see. Maybe it doesn't. But that is what it's the same setup, but the indicator's finding it. I'm not sure why it hasn't triggered yet, actually. But let's see if it does. Maybe it doesn't meet all criteria. And you can see like we're rejecting POC right now on both. NQ really trying to build below on our 5-minute chart, this value, after rejecting VWAP here from our original short. So let's see if they reject like this, and then we see sell side try to sweep below and hold. If we do, then I'd be looking for like 230, probably. If we can establish below value. That would probably be the same move down to ES into yesterday's value to POC area, like that 430 area, same port. We'll see. Right now we're still in balance, right? Like this idea hasn't come to fruition, but we are seeing sell side really try to hammer this thing down at our low edge. So will the effort be rewarded? That is the question. Or right, is this going to be another balance rotation where we fail at our lows? We then step back above POC, and then we rotate back up through our value structure. That's going to be the question, is does this hold? Do we flip? Do we rotate down? Or is this able to establish this low? You can see how bottom heavy this candle is on NQ. Sell side like really trying to hammer it down. It's creating that lowercase b shape, right? So we have a lot of sellers at the end of this candle trying to shift. And usually when we get a shape like this, right, these are late sellers. So they really have to win here, or they become trapped, right? Like that's the entire idea of that, the lowercase b shape profile is when we have a shape like this, right? This is a lowercase b, where most of the volume is centered at the lows. This is late stage or late term selling into the low of this candle. So they have to be incredibly convincing for that follow through to occur in this lower node that we just created to then sweep price through. Or what happens? Well, then all of this volume that's down here, right, would then be where we would then be looking for buyers to then defend on the high off of a failure of the lows. And then that creates that reversal because of this candle shape. And we know that this is incredibly thin up here. right? So we have then room to then rotate back up to these highs because we can see the candle shape where volume occurred. So if they fail at this level, right, does that make sense that we would then be able to target back up into this node where that volume was heavy? Something to think about, right? Like, it's just like you can do the same thing that you're seeing on a daily basis when you're identifying profile shapes, right? Lowercase b, uppercase p, right? B for the double distribution, your D, right? All of those shapes are on your individual candles as well, on your deltas. So it's like, okay, well, how are we going to interact around them? And where is it thin? Where is it thick, right? And how are we able, what are we able to do with that node, right? Very clearly showing you a value profile here. So what happens if this POC in our low and this seller here is unable to continue, right? And this POC then shifts, and then we see acceptance back above this value. Well, we'll do exactly what I just said, which is rotate back up to this high. So these sellers have to be incredibly convincing and then push price down for that continuation. Or we know where we'll head. Does that make sense? Something to think about, like if you haven't seen that before or like thought about that, visualizing, like this is literally where people are positioning on this current bar. So we know that it's incredibly heavy trying to break these lows. We know that this buyer's offsides here on this break. We know that sell side is desperately trying to show interest, right? Acceptance outside of this value that we've created. And now it is on them to continue to hold that acceptance here, right? Which is what this candle is, what this node is this right here. This is that acceptance below
According
those
to
previous
IRNA
buyers.
News, Omani diplomatic delegation visits Tehran.
So can they continue
So
to
the
do that,
diplomatic
right?
delegation visits Tehran to discuss mechanisms for the Strait of Hormuz.
If so, then we'll get this leg down. If they fail, we have a very clear acceptance back above value of that previous candle. And then we can be looking for then rotations through, like we talked about. Same thing on ES. But it's a good way to visualize that failed breakdown, right? That failure to accept outside of balance that then creates that transition through our known value. Yes, holding PVZ value and our value low so far. Going to our target, I would assume we opened below POC to value of previous candle. Very clear resistance above. We'll be watching that. See if we are able to hold. If we can, right? We're going to be looking for that target at that 430.
So from an Axios piece, just talking about Netanyahu's visit ahead of Tuesday, one part of the article says that the fact that Netanyahu is coming to Washington next week could signal that no significant escalation would take place before then. It also adds that, just as a bit of clarity, a bit of context, that in previous rounds of escalation with Iran, both the US and Israel issued statements about high-level visits as part of deception efforts ahead of military strikes against Tehran.
This is our ETH low, secondary target 430, just like we talked about. Great first target on NQ as well, I guess. Yeah, great jobs, you know. I was going to point that out. And that's like them getting trapped into the value low, right? And again, I think it's really easy to see on MNQ.
UK PM's office, Burnham held talks with business groups.
Like this is what that looked like on MNQ, just to give you a visualization of that. With look at that next to the node. on our
We have
delta
posted
footprint,
the
our
article
delta
on the feed for you. Again,
profile
this
on
is
the
just
side.
Axios giving a bit more detail ahead of Netanyahu's visits and giving context as to what's happened before when Netanyahu and Trump have visited.
Right, like you got like a big ass, like very clear thing that we're hitting our heads on. Yeah, right. So like that's that white line is your value low, but it's also where that selling delta is on that profile itself, right? That's where a ton of our volume has been exchanged on the day so far. So what does it mean when we look at that area? Well, that's where absorption was occurring before, right? So if I go to this profile and I zoom out a little bit, you can see like what do those deltas represent? Well, look at what that was on before. That was where we absorbed, right? So that's where sell side really were absorbed on that last touch and failed. So here, let me post that in chat as well real quick so that you can see that. It's just our drawings, right, of our pathing, but this is where they absorbed that low on that previous touch that gave us that big bounce. So now we're below that absorption, and these passive buyers are now a passive seller, right? We can see them getting absorbed into this big delta node. So we flipped that level, and it's now an area where I care about, where I'm watching these guys get absorbed where they were previously buyers taking in size, or it's now where sellers have limits and are taking in market orders, right? So we'll see. Definitely a big battle going on down here. Yes, big bounce off our first target here into our ETH low. No acceptance below. Rotating back up to our original short entry here, where that seller sits in this profile. Russell bouncing as well, with NQ holding lows and coming back into our value of previous candle here off of a failure to sustain. So what we'll be watching for is, do we hit our heads here and hold this trap into this LVN that we just created on NQ and on ES, right, into our 30-second opening range and POC here? Is this going to hold as resistance on retest? Or can we flip it and bid for then a rotation back through our balance off of a failure to find acceptance outside, right? That is the question here. And that is what we will be testing to see if this edge is able to hold, or if we absorb and then rotate back through. If Russell has momentum, the market can continue, in my opinion. I think you're going to be looking for a retest of this 330, 350. And then we will look for a rotation up to 400, 430, following our pathing idea on the flip of value here. We'll see if they fail to sustain above this and then look back below and then go, or if this is able to hold. Again, right now it just looks like we want to transition back through value again. But I'd love to see a better retest to let us know. So far, just a re-entry. Good push here into these highs. But we need to see a sustained movement, or this will be exhaustive. And then instead, right, we're going to see a failure to hold and establish above this, and then a look back below, and then a rotation down, right? So we're watching to see, oops. Can we sustain above this structure? Or is this it going to trap? Because we know where we're going to go if this is going to go up.
Google signs EU AI Act Code of Practice on Transparency. Google says EU code is regarding AI generated content transparency.
Yeah, let's see if NQ can get the follow through as well. This is a great flip on ES at our 30-second opening range. We would love to see this like 48 to 46 area kind of hold on this little dip. Right, VWAP hold is supportive here, and then rotate up to previous day value high again for the full range rotation. If it's going to do it, we'll see. Oh my god, I can't switch tools today. We're looking for some sort of bid here, and then that would lead to a rotation like that. We'll see. See if RTY can get that higher low. This would be NQ doing that retest at our edge here as well. Seeing if we can sustain, or if this is going to do that trap that we talked about. So if NQ and ES were going to fail here, I would assume that we would not be able to take out the local high. If we were going to be able to show interest, then I would assume that we would then be from this low, and now us taking out that high, that we want to go up higher. If sell side was serious here, I would assume that they wouldn't have been able to get to that local high. But we'll see. Could still fail. POC shifting down here on NQ at this 340. It's becoming incredibly important, this breach. This is a great first target on NQ as we push into 84 to 420. This is that target that we were talking about on the flip. Let's see what happens. Anything up here into this tail high is what we're watching for. Same thing on ES off this hold from our low there at our VWAP hold. So we push into our value high and previous day value high. I don't know an exact level that we're going to go to, right? I just can see that this is POC to value of this 15-minute candle. So you want to be taking off risk as we push into that absorption. And then we'll see if we can get some continuation or if this is going to fail. Secondary target would be like 430 if we can show interest over this 380 area. good continuation with Russell, following our logic. Again, like this is just a failure to find acceptance at our value low, right? Below our value low. So we rotate through our known value on the day, right? Just like we failed at the highs, we've failed at the lows. We've failed to establish. And there's your full rotation. Now we'll see if we can see acceptance over our edge here on ES. Can we get above previous day value and show interest here for a continuation? We'll find out soon, right? Is this going to be able to hold and continue? Or is this going to be a failure to establish above, a rotation, and then a continuation down? Just like at the lows, we failed to establish outside of value. Are we going to fail to establish outside of value here? Right? That's all we look for. We know that every side, both edges have been faded so far today. Do you see how we can find this pivot here by looking at our value of our previous candle? Right? And then that becomes where we're looking for that supportive hold for that rotation back up. Do you see how what that looks like on the lower time frame next to the 15-minute? At that 320? Yeah.
S&P 500 climbing to session high, 0.2%.
Does that make sense? Do you are you guys able to see that visual? Like there's just, if there isn't a fade, there isn't a fade, and you just play it to the other side. Who cares? And now it's just a rotation back up to our highs here. Great rotation, great trade. Take off some risk. Leave a runner if you have it. I have 10 MNQ left, and we're up $2,000 on 10 MNQ right now from this trade. Like, are we kidding? Right? Like, just took off another 5, so for another secure of the 1,000. And then, well, that's that, right? I fully closed my ES position because I had only mini contracts there, so I didn't have a ton of size. I will post that in a second once that chart loads. There's potentially one more leg up on NQ here if we can sustain at this like 420, 440 area. Maybe able to push up to like 500 maybe. So here's the ES trade. Very clear flip of our 30-second opening range, playing the break. And it's going to be a little hard to visualize the NQ trade because of my deltas. So I'll post it, but I might have to turn off the delta bubbles for this to be a better visualization for you guys. Let me turn those off.
So just keep an eye on the S&P 500 in this choppy trading. As said, already rising by about 0.2% to a session high. So it's seeing continued move towards the upside. Get no other headlines to back up the move. A lot of choppiness going on in the market so far.
This is our resistance here on NQ, value high, as well as our look above and fail area here at our target at 500, 480 to 500, and ES into our 470 single print that's here. Gotta flip this for anything more, or this is where we peter out. Oh, whoa, this is like so glitched. Okay, there's the MNQ trade without the delta. That's just me averaging into a position because we've already planned it, right? We know where we want to hold. The plan is above that I just posted, right? We know exactly where we're looking for acceptance. So I'm just playing this back up through value. Just averaging in. This ES chart is kind of a disaster. It's so messy. Okay. So do those trades that I just posted make sense based off of what we were talking about and that failure and fade at that edge low for the value rotation back through? Just like we took the short at the highs, right? We then look for the failure to sustain on the look below, right? And then we are looking for buy side to then try to hold that value of that previous candle there, that 330 for that pop back up. And with ES, we even had a better visualization with our 30-second opening range being there. And previous day value high on the hold. So it's just like the pop push. Here, I can show it next to it on chart if that's more helpful for you. So here's the ES trade. Next to it, it's just what we talked about. Why do I care about this area? Well, it is... Oh, sorry, this is NQ. Copy. Here's your ES. Why do we care about this area? Well, we've got these deltas here. Sure, that's good. We've now flipped this. But it's also just like a flip of our VWAP. It's the flip of our 30-second opening range, right? It's like a very clear trap below. We've now taken our previous sell where we got that lower high, right? And now it's flipped as, right, lower high, push down, lower high, push down. So what does it mean now if we're finding acceptance back above these lower highs where that offer shifted and we're now holding our ORM to ORH with VWAP as supportive? Well, I'm now looking to see this push back up, right? And that's what this is here. So it's an acceptance back inside value. This is our value low. This is acceptance back above POC and VWAP, which if we were selling, we would be looking for this to be holding as resistance, not supportive. And then this is just a rotation back up through value, this being target. Now we have a secondary target up here as well. Right, but that's just acceptance off of a failure to establish below our edge. Right, well, where would we have rejected if we were going to continue down? Well, at our PVC value, where it says, right, where POC tried to establish at this low and failed. Right, we would have rejected here where they attempted. Did I take a long down here? Did I do any interactions down here? No. I waited for that acceptance back up, and then I played the secondary move. And then this is my risk, right? What am I going to do? Short the 30-second opening range low there? Not until we see acceptance below it, right? If we establish, fail, and then hold that, then yeah, I can play that as our reoffer. But I have to see that first. Until then, right, we're holding view up. We're seeing a supportive bid step in, and we rotate up off of it. Right, so pretty simple when we've got a clear profile with value to value holding and fades happening on either edge. Right, again, we are trading this node. Your value low is here, your value high is here, and so far everything has been a fade and failure to establish outside, and then we've rotated through. Right, just look at these highs, failed, and then it rotated through our profile, right, our distribution. So if we're going to accept out, what do we want to see? Well, we want to see acceptance at this tail, right, and then our rotation up, which is what we're trying to build now. And you see we have the LVN, and we're looking to see if we can flag here above previous day value and current value high, and we're looking to go to our ETH high. I'll show that in Qtrade as well, I guess. Okay, let me show this real quick as well. Based off of what we were talking about. Okay, so we're going to go over this profile shape again, like we talked about. So we have two different things going on here. First, we have an incredibly aggressive sell candle to the downside here with lots of deltas, right? So very clear push down with a POC into this low. We then revert, right, and then rotate back up to the value of that candle, which is an interesting thing to see. So we hold value low where this POC holds into the low of this candle, and then we rotate back up to retest the value high on the next candle, right? And then from here, we then show what we're showing here is that these sellers are still in control and that the offer is now here and willing to defend, right? So we rotate down, rotate up, rotate down, rotate up, and we're into these sellers who are clearly trying to show a lower high, right? So we're seeing that seller defend a lower high on each one of these attempts. Just an interesting thing to note. So now you have a very clear area where we need to see price be able to push above if we're going to do something new, right? Because we have a clear seller who sits up here into these highs. So we know that we need to flip this if we're going to go up further. And we can see them trying to battle with that right now.
According to sources cited here, that Pakistan and Iran explore path toward new talks with the US in a China-initiated push.
Or this will be absorption,
Pakistan
failure,
and Iran explore path
rotation
towards
through.
new talks with the US in a China-initiated push.
So that's what we're watching right now, and you can see that. What's different about these candles compared to
further detail
these
from this
candles?
in Pakistan exploring path towards the resumption of stalled US-Iran talks over ending nearly their 5-month war, according to 3 Pakistani sources.
I circled the areas that I care about. If you, yeah, right. So it's what we talked about, where
further from this, then exploratory discussions took place during a visit by Iran's Interior Minister Momeni to Islamabad this week, his second within the last 10 days, according to sources.
right? If we have a clear distribution here where price rotated between this value to this value. And what did we talk about on this candle? If sellers fail to establish below, we have a B-shaped profile on this candle. This is late stage selling, right? So they have to hold down here
So
into these
we had
lows.
news from TASS News
Or
earlier
what
on.
happened?
Iran's foreign minister Araqchi said that Iran is discussing Pakistan's initiatives, proposals as a mediator, and he did say that the problem is not a lack of mediator, but a US approach.
What happens if this flips to supportive?
Nothing from the Iranian Telegram newswise here that we can see in response to this headline that's just come out.
Right? Like, it's still bearish as long as we're holding below, but as soon as we show acceptance above, we have to be worried. Because what does that mean? Well, that means that these guys into these lows who are trying to shift value down have failed, right? And now we're watching to see what happens at this value edge, because we know that if we accept back in with trap traders into our lows and an initiative bid that steps in back over this value, we will do the rotation here that we have on chart. Right? This yellow to yellow, because we've gotten back in. We failed to show acceptance outside of this box, right? This is the box. Remember, value to value here. So if we can establish, just like we were talking about, right? Outside of this value here, where all of this volume is being traded, what is that going to do? What did we have on our pathing? Well, we'd be then looking for acceptance here, and then we'd be looking for the rotation through our range. Yeah? It's literally a look below and fail. Yes, that is what a fade of balance is. And you play the higher low. Why do you think I played the higher low? Because we've failed to look below and hold, right? This is our value low line. This is our POC. I am not playing this guy here. I'm waiting for this to fail, and then I'm looking for acceptance to hold the distribution that accumulated outside of value
about the US
to then
tech
rotate
companies
up.
in an open letter saying that relying on only closed AI models is not inherently safe, and the US faces choice on open weights with AI. You had Jensen Huang joining that, and now Elon Musk from Tesla.
To then play to the other side of value, because we have just failed to accept outside, right? We failed to change the paradigm. We failed to show acceptance outside of the given range, right, where fair value has been found. And now we will punish these guys.
On the S&P 500 off of the back of the Iran sources headline there.
Area of
also
interest.
Further slide down on the Dixie and the further movement towards the downside on WTI.
Right, that's what creates that. And now look at that volume on this this attempt to break. Let's see if they can hold it. I'm exiting.
Trump on Truth Social says China's President Xi at a recent meeting in Beijing told me that he would not, under any circumstances, give or sell weapons to Iran. That statement including Chinese companies.
Dude, I'm 2 M&Q left, and I'm up $700 on these last two contracts.
So again, Trump Truth Social says China's President Xi told me that he would not, under any circumstances, give or sell weapons to Iran.
This is going to be really
towards
important.
The upside on the S&P 500 here.
This is that look below and fail.
Social comments there.
We're looking to
also,
see if we can hold.
Trump says that Putin said he wouldn't sell arms to Iran as well.
Or if we're going to do this rotation down, we need to very clearly get above this 580, 550, show interest above, and a sustained hold if we're going to keep going up. This is your next target here into this 550, 580 off of this hold. This is a prime area where we could see absorption and a failure to sustain here off of this news. So you really want to be looking to take off some risk and then see if we can flip this. This is your 30-second opening range on NQ. And a flip of our Globex 15-minute VWAP.
Trump says that two nations people speak of on Iran are not participating.
This is also Russell into our 30-second opening range with NQ at the same time. So I would expect us to balance here for a little bit and then see if we can find acceptance, or if this is going to curl over and then rotate back through our clear distribution here.
So Trump, in his Truth Social post, just near towards the end of it, says that Therefore, two major nations that people speak often in terms of Iran are, in my opinion, not participating. If they did, it would be very bad for them, certainly not in their best interest.
So very clear where we need to hold here on this look. We just hit into our next target, right? We're watching to now see if this holds as supportive and we can build here and then get above, or if this is going to fail, establish back below, and then rotate at that look above and fail area. Back below PVZ and our ETH low. So let's see what they do.
Treasury yields extending decline, falling 3 to 5 basis points on the day, post the Trump Truth Social, and the headline sources says that Pakistan and Iran explore path towards new talks with the US in a China-initiated push.
You can see on this 15-minute candle, we're trying to find acceptance back inside the value of this structure. You can see that we are currently outside of the value of our current candle. Lots of offside liquidity above. We have buyers desperately trying here into this low to get us back above that 90. So far, failing. I would say that we're probably headed down to like 420, 430 if we can't establish back above 490, 500. We shall see. Looking for
At
some
11:30
absorption
a.m.
potential
Eastern
here.
Time, ECB's Lane speaks at McGill Summer School 2026 in Donegal.
What you're watching for is basically like, does sell side fail to establish above this edge here? And if so, after this absorption, do we then, rotate it down? Or is this able to sustain, look above, and then take out highs? I don't know. We'll see. Russell's still sideways. Yes, in our area of interest, hasn't broken either side. Not completed. Is the bot down? Bot's up. It's been talking all day. You might just have it muted. Yeah, I mean, this was all news. I mean, not the reaction at the low, that wasn't news, but the secondary move continuation was
According to the
news.
FT, NVIDIA and Palantir urged the US not to ban open AI models after China scare.
This was the primary reaction. And then we had a secondary
So leading
action.
tech groups, including Nvidia, Palantir, Microsoft,
Here.
and Meta, have urged the US not to restrict open-weight AI models, as the US threatens to target Chinese labs over fear of intellectual property theft.
I'd say this is a pretty good first risk off for NQ if you're playing off the flip with the hold on our pathing. Just back to our highs, 30-second opening range high here in 240 to 560. Just anywhere up here, probably a good first risk off. And see if we can get some continuation. Got to get above this these wicks here. You can see that we just are trading within the value of this 15-minute candle, right? So this is the value high here at that 3640 area, as well as our 30-second opening range here, which is this blue dotted line. You see that's where those wicks are. Yes, into our high as well. Good rotation. See if we can find acceptance outside. See if Russell can get above our big pivot here. This is the 30-second opening range as well. I didn't mean to move that. Well, too late. RTY pushing up, flipping our 30-second opening range, ES looking above previous highs, NQ testing into previous highs, no change. Again, just a great risk off as we push up into this if you're playing the flip like we have drawn. There's no real acceptance here yet. We have to establish above this, or this is just going to be where we reject again, right? So need to show quite a bit of interest here. Russell leading though, maybe we get it. I've taken off 3 of my contracts that I added on this flip into these highs just because I need to see us flip above on NQ for anything more. Our levels are very clear on
Surely
NQ.
expected here from ECB's lane.
This is our look above and fail area, so I will respect it and not overcommit to anything. You can see that daily POC is trying to shift up here as well with this node that we're building out. I mean, all we're doing is trying to find acceptance over our 15-minute VWAP. It's just going to take some work if we're going to be able to do it. It's a big area of interest, but if we can flip over these pivots, it's big for the market, right? This is a big area for us to flip on ES, because then we fill we have a potential to fill gap, but it's a lot of work. We got to get over these wick highs. We have to be able to build here. We have to be able to show this interest. And then we can pop that 513 at least and see what we want to do. But if they fail here, right, like nothing's changed. We'll just rotate back through. Same thing on NQ. Got to show this interest here, ability to want to build, and then we look for that pop above. Without it, right, it's just going to fail into our upper band on VWAP, rotate us back down, revert back to our mean, right, 400, and then continue downward. We have shown no interest yet to accept outside, right? Look at our profiles on NQ. This is our value high, not only from today, but it's also our value low from yesterday. So this area is incredibly important, right? Because it is, are we going to accept back into yesterday's structure, which we were trading? Or are we going to hold this as resistance? So we have clear targets above, right? But we have to show that interest here and then acceptance back into that value. That is what we are trying to do right now. Again, we gotta do this, and then maybe we come back down, and then we would then come up to do this kind of test into the afternoon. If we can accept back into yesterday's structure, we can then trade yesterday's structure. What's up, Sar? Yeah, really solid day today, in my opinion. Beautiful hold so far at our POC to value on ES. Gave us a big pop into our area of interest. NQ now trying to follow along but lagging. An easy thing to always look for, if you're like, how do I know it's balanced or not? Right? Like, when do I know? It's like, are we trading inside yesterday's range? That's probably a good sign that you can fade edges until we see acceptance outside of it, right? It's like a pretty easy rule. Let's clean up our Russell chart. All right. Again, this is just us trying to find acceptance above our Globex 15. You can see that on VWAP. We're really trying to build above here for the first time on NQ. It's a really important test to see if we're going to shift or if this is going to fail and get back into our previous structure as well, right? Just like we were talking about. This is previous day value low. It's our VWAP flip. We're trying to build here. We're trying to shift. If we can build above previous day POC, right, then we have room to then traverse back up to our highs. But we have to show that interest above. And the first area is this acceptance here. Failure, right, is just the same. It's failure at previous day POC, look back below value low, acceptance back below that, and our failure to establish above this VWAP. And then we trap here, and then it's the same trade, but the opposite side. We see that acceptance, that lower high with some sort of trap liquidity
Iran's
above.
Deputy Foreign Minister Karababadi says European governments must understand that providing bases of territory to aggressors will place them in the category of aggressors themselves. Lane from the ECB says we'll guide inflation back to target in the next year or so.
And then we would be able to then play this distribution back through on acceptance. Pretty clear NQ pathing, in my opinion.
ECB's Lane says the ECB will decide meeting by meeting and be data dependent. ECB's job is more reactive at the moment. So it says up here, major news wires reporting some of the news we reported earlier from Iraqi, just restating that Iran won't accept a ceasefire until its demands Tradeify was met. Reminder, we have already put this out on a feed.
Here's with the volume profile off, but the 30-second range on, so that you can visualize why I added where I did as well instead, so it's not as messy. And then I'm going to show one more chart because I think it's important. And this is just going to be with delta bubbles on. So that you have 3 different visualizations without tons of overlap. Because I think having each as a layer is good.
Lane says the US is not a dominant factor in global trade.
This is TradingView, but I use Tradeify as well, but that's to trade, not to chart. I do all of my charting on Tradeify or TradingView. And you can see like this is our shift as well, right? Where we put in a lower high. So where we were absorbing before, we then became our flip where passive buyers became our where we absorbed selling. This is where we took our first short on the day.
Lane says European economy continues to grow.
Same example. So this is that distribution, right? And then failure that I pointed out this morning to Sauce, where I was like, oh, why did you take that trade here? Because this is the same setup here, right? Which is where we absorbed into these highs and then rotated down. This is the same thing here. But this is the big pivot, right? So where we're battling right now is a big shift that occurred, which I care about greatly because this is our 30-second opening range here as well that we're trading in, basically, and our value high. So if we can now see these passive buyers that were willing to take in size here before, now willing to accept here at this like 560, 580, right? Now that's something that's interesting to me because that's a shift in our auction. We're back into this primary from this morning where this guy was really trying to defend. And if they can hold it, sick, right? Like that'll be great for us. We can then get back into this range and trade, you know, back up into these highs and do something like this. But if they fail, right, we're going to be in a very similar situation to what happened last time, which is we are trying to accumulate here. We trap into these highs, right? We then rotate and then look down and then probably do something like this. right? It's the same trade here and here. So if this liquidity above continues to stay above and outside of value, then we have to weight that as like, oh shit, this guy's offsides. And now we've entered back into this balance that we've created into this upper area, and it has to be something that we worry about. Do you understand the logic here? We can see this example happen over and over again, where we try to shift outside, we fail to sustain, we enter back in, and then we rotate through. So if they now hold this, and then we see sell side pressure at the lows, and we can't get back over the highs, it's like, oh, okay, well, we're probably gonna have to revert and come back down first for liquidity before we can actually make this decision, because we've lost the momentum in this upside move, right? So if a distribution at the highs fails to get that continuation, right, then there's the potential for exhaustion, and then that need to come back down to for fresh liquidity, right, outside of the area before we can continue on our way. So it's really important that we see a continued sustain into these lows and then get back above this and show interest, or a reversion back down to VWAP first could make sense. So we'll see. But just like keep that in mind. There's a very clear evidence-based trade that you can take into these highs after we establish, right, where we trap liquidity on the look above the balance, and then we rotate through said balance and then show acceptance on the other side with sell side pressure, right, clear sell side pressure. So when we're trading up here again, right, we'll watch to see how that looks into this low. Are we able to sustain, right, off of this failure? Oops. Off this failure and this rotation through. Do we see a big buyer step in? Are we able to get back above and show that interest? Or does this hold a lower high, keeping that liquidity off sides? Offsides, right, outside of value. And then do we then see acceptance from sellers?
Brent falling more than
$5
on China-backed push to end the US-Iran fighting.
Everything is just a balance, right? You just make it a balance and then see who's offsides. That becomes your catalyst, right? We have this guy above, up and below. And we just trade around those guys until we see that acceptance on either side. And then we're just looking for the rotation through said value until one of these guys, you know, accepts. We can see that we've already established that, right? I already have your zones there for the exact same setup. Crazy. Just have to be patient. We have to just wait for the acceptance. Very clear where we're trading. We're holding POC as supportive right now. It's moved up to this node where we're currently chopping. We've got our value edge below. We've got a VWAP holding as supportive. Clear node that we're building out. Clear distribution. Just throw a fixed range on it. Holy. Look who's outside of value on either side. And we're looking to see if that guy remains off sides. And then we're looking to see if we then accept below or accept above. Simplify. The same thing can be seen very clearly on our footprint, right? Offside liquidity above on the bid. Clear value, right? That stacked similar value in the last 3 candles, right? So we have a very clear balance that we're trading in right now on both NQ and ES, where our value edges are flat on the last 3 candles. So we're looking for acceptance outside of those value edges on either side for continuation. Again, there's no reason to overcomplicate this. It is a clear balance trade where we're looking for acceptance and breach, or we will fade edges and then rotate back through. And the thing that's going to drive our narrative is the order flow, right? Who's trapped? Where are they trapped? Where are buyers and sellers participating? How do we find out about that? Well, off of footprint. right? So now we have our structural levels. We have a playbook for what we're looking for, right? The setups, either fading edges or looking for that hold outside. And then we have our trigger, which is order flow, right? So now we've established what we're doing, where we're doing it, what we're looking for. And now we've also established what we're looking for in the order flows for the actual execution, right? That's how you trade. You have an idea, you create a narrative, you then have a trigger. There's no reason to do anything else. You're trading ES, Ben? Yeah, 6 points is all right. Yeah, it's pretty good. I would say the metric that is probably worth tracking instead of the point total is your MAE, MFE, right? Your excursion. Or if you wanted to do it in a better metric, your RR, right? So you would be being like, what was my R today, right? What was my risk to reward? And then you would be able to calculate your total R for the week. How much did you risk and how much did you make, right? In the sense of from a risk to reward perspective. So no monetary value attached to it, but from a, my stops are divided by my total wins, and then being like, did I have a net positive risk to reward? Did I have a negative RR? What am I looking at, right? Like that could be good. Or if you're looking at your actual trades, the exposure, right? Like, so the average is good to find out, but what's your average accursion,
Oldman
right?
says that we want the US to win in open source AI.
I think that's
And
incredibly
also in
valuable.
proprietary AI models as well.
If you were going to look at something being like, how often are my trades profitable but stop out for negative, or how often are my trades negative before they go positive and hit PT, right? Because then you can really refine your entry and exit mechanisms, and that can teach you a bit more. Because like that number of like what your average total is great, but you have no understanding of what your stop was to meet that average right now. So you could be averaging 6 points, but is your risk 12 points? Is your risk 20 points? Is your risk 1 point, right? Like that changes the dynamic completely depending on what your risk to reward is in those scenarios. That stuff is really beneficial for you to start watching, because that's how you refine your edge, right? If it exists. It's like you then find out being like, oh yeah, like I'm leaving a shitload of money on the table because I'm looking for a flat R, and trades usually go, X amount of money in my favor before they go negative, right? So it's like, okay, well, does it make sense for me to, I'm sorry, I don't mean to like rant at you right before you're about to leave, but this is really important in my opinion, for how you're going to interact, right? You need to, before you do anything, and I've had this conversation before, but the reason why journaling is important and the reason why looking at your performance metrics are important is because you need to know if your strategy is fat-tailed. That's the thing that matters the most. Do you know what a fat-tailed strategy is? The meaning of that? Okay, so a fat-tailed strategy means that you are dependent on big winners for your trading strategy to be profitable, and all of the other trades don't really matter, right? So it can be not a bad thing, but you need to realize if you're dependent on a few large winners to cover a lot of your I'm going to call it losses, smaller paper cuts, the bullshit. So a fat-tailed strategies usually are about like 30 to 50% win rate. And they can be profitable, right? But you need to understand if your strategy is fat-tailed, because that means that when you take out your large winners, are you still profitable or not, right? Like you want to know if that's true. Are you dependent on your runners? Are you dependent on that trade that you get every once in a while, that makes up the difference? Or are you able to trade a flat R and make money? And is that sustainable? Because that changes your dynamic completely, right? Because if you know that you make money on a flat R, and you're not dependent on a couple outliers on your tails of your distribution, right? That's what I mean by a fat tail, right? You have in any sort of distribution, you want to know if your trading strategy, right? This is like a clear distribution. Are you dependent on trades that are in these edges on your winners and losers, or are you able to capture a lot of median trades, right, that keeps your profitability up? Or are you dependent on these outliers on the edges of your distribution that are going to require you to hold longer and have that willingness to stay in that trade for longer, right? Like, can you it's really incredibly useful to know, like, if your strategy actually what you're dependent on, because there's a lot of people who will backtest, right, and they won't know if their strategy is fat-tailed or not, and so they then lose multiple trades in a row, and they don't know that they have a fat-tailed strategy. So actually, here's one fat-tailed strategy that I've developed that I think is incredibly a good example of this, where it goes on huge loss streaks like this, right? But it's fat-tailed. This doesn't matter, right? This is a fat-tailed strategy where because it has such a low win rate, it is dependent on outliers, and it will it needs the fat tail to sustain. So here, I'm going to show you what it looks like over a year. This looks like, right? So this is a fat-tailed strategy that loses quite a bit. It goes into big loss streaks, but the losses are small. So do you see where it says favorable excursion, adverse excursion? That's your MAE, right? So it's your adverse excursion. So our average on our push down is 115. Do you see if I go through this, our favorable excursion on our winning trades is pretty minimal, right? Most of them are really not losing a ton of money. So we're wrong almost immediately, and that's okay. So we're stopping out and we're not losing money. We're not leaving money on the table. But do you see how small our losses are? Right? This is a $50 loss on each one of these trades. But our winners are $200 or $300, right? So then that creates a positive overall model. And this is something that's really important, because if we know
According
that
to
it's a
Saudi
fat-tailed
Arabia
strategy,
turns to Oman for passage through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
and we know
Says
that
Saudi and Al Akbar newspaper.
and we know that our win rate is less than 50%, then we know that statistically at some point we're going to go on large loss streaks, but that's part of the process and we shouldn't be scared of that. It's just, it happens with strategies that are fat-tailed and dependent on larger winners. As long as we're maintaining our risk and we're continuing to play our edge, we know that over time our edge will pay out, and it will,
Also,
and it is
fast-sizing
profitable.
sources affiliated with the Yemeni navigation authorities say that almost all commercial ships passed through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait comply with the decisions of the Yemeni naval forces.
It is something that this is like one of the biggest reasons why you need to understand like what your strategy is. This is why I focus and preach so much on, taking off that 1-to-1 or that 2-to-1, because if you know that you have a profitable strategy, but it's a low win rate, then you do not need to, right? Like, we're profitable since the beginning of fucking time. And when we're not profitable, it's flat, right? Because our risk is very minimal. So we make money, and when we lose money, we're not bleeding out, we're sustaining. and then going for continuation, right? This is all history of all markets. And then once we know that, we can then scale contract wise on how we want to play it, right? So if we know that, right, we're profitable with a base 1 contract, which I think this is what this is trading. This is one micro GC. If we know that, we're then profitable off of that. It's like, okay, well, how do we scale, right? Now we can look at our MAE and our MFE to be like, how profitable are we usually on our winning trades? What can I up my RR? Do we usually go higher than that, right? Is my profit target too small compared to the move that happens based off of my entry and exit, right? Like, am I not capturing enough of the move, right? So like this
also,
is a trade that
Fars
took.
News citing Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, member of the political bureau of Ansar Allah movement in Yemen, who said that we prefer confronting the US, UK, and Israel to confronting Saudi Arabia. Again, Yemen said that we prefer confronting the US, UK, and Israel to confronting Saudi Arabia.
So it's like, okay, well, now we look and we see like, how much are we leaving on the table? And is it worth upping our R to try to increase that? Are we leaving lots of money on the table? Are we giving too much money back because our risk to reward is too high, right? Is our profit target too high? So we're letting moves that we would have captured money on go back on us? And should we lower our risk to reward there? Or do I need to trade multiple contracts and take one off and change how I'm looking to exit trades, right? So if I only have one contract, what's the average R?
Prices are going up double-digit %.
What's the average R that I need to be trading to actually make money? And you'll find that out by your MAE and your MFE, right? And then you'll know like, oh, I should be taking off one contract.
On Qualcomm, off the back of the headline that they tell customers prices are going up double-digit %.
It's like, oh, okay, well, if that's the case, then I know what I need to do. It's like, okay, well, I need to take off one then and then move my stop or having trailing stop. And then it's like, okay, well, I know that I can then, we can look at different scaling options, right? Like once I have a strategy that works and I know is profitable and I back tested and I forward tested and I know that I can make money with this, it's like, okay, well, now I can refine my edge of how I'm looking to take trades and how I'm actually looking to exit trades. So now I can change my strategy. So from only one contract, now I can look and be like, okay, well, what does that look like if I'm trading 3 contracts? And what's the average drawdown on that, right? Like, what are we going to be looking at? So this is what off of one contract, it's updating right now. And we'll see what that looks like now. So our average drawdown from 1K is now 3,500.
They can no
our
longer
average winners are bigger, right?
Costs.
It's like, okay, well, how do we then affect that? Like, what do we need to do? Can we change our win conditions? Can we look for different options? Should we be adding a different instrument that complements it, right? So it's like, okay, well, I know that GC and silver are usually semi-correlated, but should experience different moves on a day. So then I can combine these two. And I know that when gold is underperforming, silver usually overperforms. And it's like, okay, well, then that I can then combine them and then I can create an overall strategy that has a much more clear P&L curve.
Session high of 1.2%.
But again, like this is kind of, I'm getting sidetracked, but you need to know if you're fat tail dependent or not, because that then changes how you trade. Because if you're fat tail dependent and you lower your RR, you are then cutting out the only thing that made you profitable, because you're lowering your target. And that higher target was actually the thing that was making you money. That's kind of my point. You need to know that. Or if you have a strategy that's a higher win rate but a smaller RR, then you can lower your target, right? Because you now have a clearer edge where you know you're making this amount of money this often. And we have, over a 70% win rate or something, and we know that we can look for a 1.2 or a 1 to 2 risk to reward here, and it makes sense because we are able to do it over and over and over again.
Iran's army commander says, for every Iranian citizen martyred, one American will meet his end.
And we're not fat tail dependent. It's not a few trades that are making up a majority of our P&L. It's on average, right? We're statistically making money on most trades that we take.
As Major General Abdullahi of the Qatam al-Anbiya base says, for every Iranian citizen martyred, one American will meet its end.
Adjusting your stop loss wider just a bit more on a fat tail strategy can get you in trouble. No, it's the opposite. You need to know if you're fat tail dependent, because you need to know if you should be staying in trades.
This is a medium shock, not a red alert type shock.
You just need to know. It's all dependent on, like, are you looking for, are you a 1-to-1? And what do you need to be profitable at a 1-to-1? What's your average risk to reward? Are you taking money off the table too early? How much does price usually, incur in the direction, keep going in the direction where you took off risk? Are you leaving money on the table or
Nasdaq
not?
100
Right?
turning positive, erasing a decline of 1.3%. This is
can't.
off of the back of the Qualcomm headlines that have also come through, and the early headlines in regards to Trump's Truth Social post, and also Pakistan and Iran exploring path towards new talks with the US and
This guy
China
won't
initiating
shut
push,
up.
according to sources.
You don't know if you have a profitable strategy if you haven't back tested and forward tested it. You have no clue, right? And so you can't, if you don't know what your win rate is, then it's hard to actually know what kind of trades you should be taking. If you're not being selective with what you're doing, if you haven't created your playbook, if you haven't created a category, a menu of trades, if you will, right? And you're only taking those trades, then your journal, your playbook, right? Everything is not real, right? Because you're diluting it with things that you're not supposed to be trading. And so that data is then bad, because you're now mixing in data that has nothing to do with your playbook and nothing to do with the average trades that you're taking. So you need to stick with a system, only trade that system. You need to be able to sort that system so that you know which setups actually have value and which don't. And if you're taking garbage trades in between that data and you have no way to filter it out and sort it, then
ECB's
your
Lane
data
says Euro
is
area economy is
skewed,
facing medium-sized shock.
That's why it is so important, is because you need to know which setup has what kind of R and what kind of profitability you need to be looking for and what's the win rate on it, because that changes everything. Again, having a 1-to-1 system but a 30% win rate means you're a losing trader, right? The lower your win rate, the higher your R has to be to cover up the difference. You need to know what that is for you to be profitable. Are you fat-tailed, or are you able to, do you have a high win rate? Are you able to take a smaller R and capture points on a more regular basis, right? Like, these things matter. And that's why I hone journaling and playbooking so much, because without it, you're trading blind. All right. You have a good birthday tomorrow, man. Something to think about. Have a good weekend. No, you don't need to convert your system to code. You just need to go back and look at previous days and trade it and then forward test it and be consistent with how you're tagging things. It is very hard to mechanically code your trading strategy when it's discretionary, which is definitely what you have. It is going to be impossible to code because you don't have a mechanical edge. I can tell by the trades that you're taking that you are a discretionary trader. You still are not trading mechanically. You have some concepts of some mechanical things that you're working on, definitely, but you're not trading the mechanical setups yet. You're still discretionarily trading and exiting. And that's something that you'll definitely be able to see the more that you look at it and analyze that based off of what you were looking for, what that setup looks for in the profit target that it usually goes to based off of the mechanical rotation, right? If you're trading AMT, like what Ty just posted, there's some very clear targets and entries right there, right? So then you go and you look and be like, oh, this is me looking to trade this setup. This setup usually goes to this target. Did I take profit at that target, or did I take profit early? Was my entry based off of that value structure, or did I enter early anticipating that structure, right? Because every time you do that and you don't trade it mechanically, you're now skewing your data set because it's a discretionary trade, not a mechanical.
Conte Axios, US and UK are planning international conference on Strait of Hormuz. Further into this, then, UK and US are planning to convene a high-level meeting in London next week that will focus on potential international coalition to protect maritime shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and two European diplomats and two other sources with knowledge of the matter to speak to Axios.
Like all of those things really matter, because without clean data, right, without understanding your where your edge lies and what you're dependent on, it's going to be impossible
Further
to actually
detail
make
from the
money
Axios
on a
piece, the US
sustainable
wants to
basis.
build on discussions the UK and France had with multiple nations in recent months about a potential international coalition for the Strait of Hormuz, according to sources cited by Axios.
You have to know what an average drawdown looks like. What's your average like losing streak? Are you able to sustain that losing streak by the risk to reward that you're playing with, right? If you know that on average, you know, your what's your failure rate based off of your account size with your trading
The
strategy?
piece is on the feed as well.
Right? Like these are things that like it's going to be very hard to be sustainable if you don't have the answers to. And the only way you get those answers is by recording good data, accurate data. Like I said, like every time that you take a trade and you don't tag it as with a setup label, or you know, and separate it, you then are mixing bad data into your good data, and now all of it's ruined. It's not about recording every trade that you take and then, you know, being like, oh, this one I felt sad, this one I felt good. It's like, what was the setup that I was trading that's in my playbook? Did it match my criteria? Did I do it right? Did it fail and it met all of the criteria that I was going for, right? Like what does it mean? And like, again, like the reason why this stuff matters is because like, if we go back to that gold chart that I was just looking at and showing you, where like the average drawdown is it looks extreme, where you'll lose, you know, over and over and over and over again. But like, what does that actually matter if I know that over 7 years, it looks like this, right? This is the profitability. And that this drawdown period, right, is flat. It's still positive in the overall scheme of thing. And that this is the actual line, and that this period right now where we're chopping, right, is actually sideways but still up. And if I know that I can be on these big losing streaks and still make money, that doesn't matter, because it still fits within my drawdown model that I've made for myself, right? If I know that my average, if I want to stay within that $50K, $2,000 drawdown, and my average slump is 1,000, right? The max one that's ever happened in the past 7 years is 1,559 in the strategy, and that our overall P&L curve is to the right and up, right? That means that I can be in these drawdown spikes, but because I'm trading within my risk parameters, within leverage that makes sense, within the leverage that makes sense for my win rate, that I can survive my drawdown and continue to trade my edge and make money over time. If you over leverage and you have losing streaks and you don't know your actual win rate and it's less than 50% and you're over leverage, that means you're not going to survive when you go on a losing streak, right? You're going to blow up, which is what a lot of you guys do, is because you're so antsy to make money quickly and not compound, not willing to sustain, and you haven't done the work on the other side to actually know what your win rate is and what's survivable and what's not. And so when you lose, you just YOLO the account and blow it up, because it's either I win always, or if I go on a losing streak that's more than 2, I now am just going to kamikaze my account into the ship. It's the YOLO, right? Either we blow up the ship by crashing the plane into it, or I kill myself. Instead of just being able to sustain and get through that and then continue onwards, right? If you don't have this data, if you don't know what an average loss looks like with your model that you're trading, how are you going to survive? You're going to panic every time you get into a loss streak. Hopefully that makes sense. It should. I mean, these aren't crazy concepts. It's just, it's a tough reality to wrap your head around, because it requires you to acknowledge that you're not putting in the work that you actually need to. And not you specifically, but like everyone here, right? It takes a lot more to actually not be greedy, right? To compound and to scale with size when things make sense and on data that makes sense, right? If you aren't ever doing the base calculations, if you haven't actually gone through it, right, it's going to be hard to be successful, because you don't even know what your edge is and what kind of leverage you should actually be trading. So now you're too scared to take trades because you don't know what trades are actually working for you and what isn't working for you. And you're so obsessed with getting the payout. You're so obsessed with making the money now that you're willing to overtrade and potentially blow up your account for that potential lotto, right? Basically, to get that payout without actually trading within your system. And that's why I gave you the opportunity to just trade the 50-50 system where you literally coin flip and you make money. If you're going to trade a system where you're not actually using proper data, you might as well trade the coin flip. If you're not going to do the work, I've given you a profitable system that makes money. But don't lie to yourself and say that you're doing the work if you're not actually. Right? I've literally given you a system that makes you money and you do nothing but flip a coin and then YOLO your account. So if you're not going to trade and actually hone edge, then you might as well flip the fucking coin. But don't just slow paper cut your account to death while not doing the work. Right? Because once you do the work and then you also have that system where you know that you're profitable on a 50% win rate, right? On the coin flip. Now with real edge, now you can go into that system and become way more profitable because you're going to blow up less accounts and still be able to get that payout and make money on your ROI, right? That's the thing that's important, is that once you actually understand where you have real edge and what makes sense and what works, now you don't need to flip a coin. And you don't, right? Like now you know the direction. Now you know what makes sense to be looking to trade and where it's going to go.
With Omani counterpart, just reaffirmed the importance of maintaining maritime security and explored regional solutions cooperations to prevent escalation of tensions and to establish peace, stability, and security in the region.
Just a little rant into midday. Leave you a little something for the weekend. So many of you guys are just like fooling yourselves though, where it's like you would be better off literally YOLOing your entire drawdown on a singular trade in a random direction than pretending like you have some sort of edge without actually doing any of the work to show if you do or not, by then having random arbitrary stops and arbitrary targets with no strategy, where you're now too afraid to lose money, and so now you're going to have a death by 50 paper cuts while you bleed out your drawdown and go to zero and blow up your account. Like either you trade your strategy and you only take those trades, or you might as well, like I said, YOLO the entire drawdown and either win or lose. Right? But there's no in between. Either you have something that works and you trade that system and you stick to it, or you YOLO the account. But just taking random 50% coin flip bullshit, but then having an arbitrary stop and then not letting it play out, right? That's what's killing you. That's why you're blowing up your evals over and over and over again and not being able to pass. Is because you haven't done the work. You don't actually have an entry and exit model. You're just taking arbitrary trades for no reason. You're not trading a system. You're not sticking to a system. The trades that do work for you are probably systematic, and then you take random garbage in between that ruins it, right? That's the thing that's holding you back. Yeah, later, man. See ya. That wasn't to you specific, Ben. That's just like an everyone thing. But I just don't want you to focus on money, bro. I know you're big on that, but like focus on the things that matter, and consistency and money will come just by treating it like a business, like we always say. Just doing the work. And I know you're willing to do the work. Have a good weekend, bro.
Intel shares extending losses, last down 4 spots, 6%.
NQ is not looking great with that that liquidity in the high. We'll see. Bit worried about it. Same thing with ES, honestly. This 94 to 96, very clear absorption into highs that we're gonna have to be able to push through. Pretty clear traders offsides above. So if they put in lower highs here and then sweep below, we might have an issue short term. We'll have to see. But to me, it kind of looks like we need a pullback. We shall see. It's too slow to really, count anyone out. But again, pretty clear lower high on both NQ and ES with this liquidity here. Pretty clear absorption into that. And it's even worse on NQ, where we're holding value of our previous candle as resistance right now, value low. And then there's like the big absorption into these highs. So right now our battle is, can we get back into the value low of this current candle and then bid back up? And then what happens once we're up here? Do we then immediately see a seller try to aggressively rotate us down off of this? Or can we sustain and then, hold and then rotate up? That's kind of the pathing that we're watching for here. Excuse me. So right now, again, you're just watching to see like what happens into this. Is this our sell? And then are we able to flip? Or from here, does this hold and then look over? It's just what I've drawn on either one of these. Right, you're looking for a sell side to try to sweep below this after putting in this lower high and failing to sustain or look above. And your edge that you're battling around, right, is the value low right here of that previous candle. And where we need to get above is that POC to value high, where all of those deltas are into that high. So that's the current auction that we're battling around right now. Let's see what we do. For ES, excuse me, you're fine as long as this 88, 90 area is holding, and then we're able to pop above. If not, right, lower high from this is going to then shift below 88's reoffer and then rotate down to 80 would be my assumption. The pivot to lose for buyers is that 88. Good talk. It's just one of those conversations. Oh, Ty had left, yeah. You just have to be real with yourself, man. It's like what we talk about all the time. It's like, what kind of trader do you want to be? Like, you can't have a tight stop and tight RR and all that if you're not going to actually, like, follow the plan. You might as well just, like, leverage it and YOLO it. And people need to realize that, like, if you're not going to actually do the work, then, like, what are you doing? You're just wasting your time. Just YOLO it.
According to Wall Street Journal, Bahrain and Kuwait warplanes struck Iran in rare Gulf retaliation. Seeing some slight movement was a downside on the S&P 500, just as that headline makes its way through. It's quite small at the moment. But again, as said, Wall Street Journal reports that Bahrain and Kuwait warplanes struck Iran in rare Gulf retaliation. So Wall Street Journal says Bahrain and Kuwait warplanes struck Iran early this month.
Okay. This month. We're watching to see if we get one more leg down here. They're trying to flip us here. Below our 88 that we talked about.
It's further from the piece then says that Bahrain and Kuwait early in the month targeted drone and missile storage depots. The article is on the feed as well. Also from the Wall Street Journal, UAE provided intel and defensive air cover for strikes. India says a vessel Omifri was attacked in Black Sea on July 18th.
Excuse me. Yo, what's up, Dad? How you doing, man? Just waiting to see if this fully plays out for this last leg. It's about time to that midday, 12:38. Not much happening. We just saw that absorption that was happening up here. We want to see if we're gonna punish them. Looks like we want to, but let's see if we can get this follow through. Pushing into T1 here. This is your reversion into target on both ES and NQ. I would assume that we'll probably pop lows, but I want to see a bit more speed now that we've hit target 1. think it's going to be dependent if Russell's able to breach this range as well. If I had to guess, I think overall where we're headed is down to 500 on NQ to retest that 15-minute VWAP on Globex. Then we'll figure out where we want to go from there. That would line up with our 30-second opening range as well. That was my first risk off there on ES. Again, just into T1 here, following pathing for the secondary off of the look below and fail, right? Just this pathing here. Again, I don't know if we're going to get
True
a
Social
ton
says
more
Canada
here. We'll see.
disinvited the US to the opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge. Says that it's fine considering they're paying substantial tariffs to the US. But the original deal on the bridge, which was terribly negotiated by a previous administration, no longer stands. We change the terms of the deal so the US now gets 50% of profits.
There's your lower high play just off of that that flip, right, of our pivot here. Let's see if we get our next leg down. I'd love to see a break of these lows with this trader trapped into these highs here. I think we get it. I just have one runner for continuation, but we'll see. Go look at our overall chart. You can see POC is shifted up into these highs. We've got a big node up here, so really no ability to accept. God, I'm still losing my voice. It sucks. We're going to be watching for probably a retest of POC now that we've failed at our value high, and then that would be just a rotation back down to probably like VWAP or value low there to do the full rotation of today's accepted value. Yeah, probably somewhere here, either yesterday's value high. If we reject this POC, that'll be our secondary, like for sure, at 85s. Look for that. And we'll see what happens as we pop down into that. We should get a bit of a relief bounce that'll give you that reoffer with NQ coming into POC here, I think. Into this 586, 85, 500 to 480 area. We look for a reaction here. And then I think that gives you a relief, and then that'll give you then probably a reoffer for then ES and NQ to follow through. That'd be my guess. Something like this. And we'll just keep an eye across the board, but pretty clear absorption into these highs, and then this curl over into midday. Pretty usual. $74 next target for me on ES. Pretty clear flip point at that 74 to 70. That's the value of our previous candle where we found that bid and our low here of that flip. So watching that for target 2. We would need to flip below this for anything more, or again, I'd expect us to probably come back up to retest a bit higher. So just watching this as our pivot now. This is again, just NQ very clearly getting back into this distribution here and then trading that distribution, right? Value high to value low off of this failure to sustain above. So the only way that we get continuation on NQ is with either a very clear sweep below and then hold of this value edge as resistance, or, which is more likely going to happen, a bounce here, a clear lower high at our value high, and then an offer and continuation down. That's like the actual more probable idea, but we'll see. Mm, 26 seconds left on this candle. Should get our target into that close of this 15, and then we'll get that relief bounce that I'm suspecting, I think, into the new 15-minute candles on footprint. I'm going to take my secondary target here into 74s, into the close of this 15. I believe. I think Russell comes down to 56 into VWAP here, and then that closes that's our low. So that's me closing position. And posting that in Discord. And I will post it in YouTube for the normies. There it is. Into our 74 to 70. Into these lows. There's potential, again, like I said, for potential continuation, but I think this gets us a relief bounce here first, and then we're going to have to then look for a continuation down afterwards, just a reoffer. So looking for little bounces here, and then we want to see sell side show interest at this lower edge to tell us that we don't want to just like do another balance rotation. We want to see a continued acceptance below this selling here. So a little relief, hit our heads on this, and then offer below these buyers here to show us that we want to actually continue down. Again, I think that the low is probably going to be this 55.6 area on Russell. That'll kind of be our point where we'll figure out what we want to do as Russell comes down into this. That's my guess. I think we probably hit our heads on 60 short term. And this line means nothing. And then let's figure out what we do as we push down into this. Target 3, excuse me, for ES, if we do flip this area, would be 62 to 60 for me. 64 to 60, really. Could bounce anywhere in there. But I don't think we're going to get it on this initial move. I could be wrong. I'm closed, so if I am wrong, then I miss out on the last leg, and that's okay. I traded the plan, but I think Russell gives us our bounce, and then we'll get a reoffer before we do that last leg down to 64, 60 area.
Intel's to collaborate with Lens Tech on AI packaging tech.
Yeah, I think 70 probably holds this 70 area, 65, 70. And then probably traps short term with Russell bouncing VWAP here at our 55.6. And then that'll give us a really nice reoffer to then play another leg down afterwards. That's my guess. Again, I'm flat now, just waiting to see if I get another entry or if it's going to go without me. It's okay if it does. We captured a decent amount of points there. Never be mad taking 20 points off of ES. Just waiting for Russell's reaction. If they don't bounce it, then we'll just go straight to targets on ES and NQ first, which is okay. Bouncing our 70s so far, yes. Russell bouncing our 55.6, makes sense. Nothing crazy yet. Seeing some size getting taken into 85.90 on NQ. Nothing yet on ES that I care about, but clear absorption into 80.85 on NQ. That's got to flip that 70 for us to pop down. Just two-sided trading right now. Russell flat. Let's see what they do on this reoffer here. It's exactly where we want to see NQ getting taken, to be honest.
1 p.m. Eastern time, we get the US PQ's total
Just
account.
watch. Be patient
Prior
with Russell.
588, excuse me, prior 452, and oil account prior for 588.
Continued absorption here into 80.85 on NQ. See if they can hold it. I wish I was seeing the same thing on ES, but I'm just not seeing the size that I'd want yet. NQ clearly taking in size at 80.85. That to me is obvious. Pop down to 60 makes sense from here. If we can take out the low. I wanted to see a bit more on ES. I still think we could do a better trap a bit higher. I'm going to delete this, and so I can just move things. I think ES comes up a bit higher, but I might be delusional. And just continue to see them taking in size here into our 80. We don't need the higher look on ES if we can see them get trapped here into this low. Really watching 69 offer. See if the bid fails to push us back above. We can just head down straight from there if this guy remains off. Really watching the 69 retest. Yeah, sell side sweep trying to step down now from that 69 on retest. There's your 69 retest offer, sits there. You can see it. That's why I've switched to that smaller time frame. Just keeping an eye on this. Let's see what they do here. We want them to be pretty aggressive if we're going to get that pop down to 62 on any sort of test in. Just keeping an eye on this. Very clear node where we want to hold structurally. Give me a little look above those guys, and then show me a little absorption, and then a sweep back below 69, and then we're good to go. I'm looking for just like the littlest pop above, and then very clear aggressive sell afterwards if they're going to do it.
5 minutes ago now to get the oil recount prior 588 and total recount 452.
That might account at 7150 with like 226 contracts on MNQ there. I wanted a bit higher though, honestly. Yeah, something up here would be ideal if they're going to do it. We look to see if they absorb, and then we pop back below from this. That's the only entry is the secondary. We have no reason to gamba up here. You can see this node that we're building out, a lot of effort going into this little action here. And again, like what we're going to be watching for is, does this fail to sustain on this this edge, right? Or are we going to be able to rotate up, retest these previous sellers above? Or are we trapping here on this little look above these wicks, right? Stopping these idiots out. And then do we then sweep below for that last leg down into our view up? That is the question. Very clear on NQ as well. If you're looking at your 15-minute profile, right? We can see value of this candle. We can see that we're trading outside of value right now, and we're trying to get back in. So what we need to see is, are these guys going to remain offsides, and can we then sustain below it for that continuation down? So we have to trap above here, and then we have to get back in, and then we need to see sweepers step down. The opposite reaction can happen as well, right? Which is us sustaining our value on this 15 and then rotating back up to our last known seller first before we get our continuation down. So it's a battle here for which way we're going to go. Russell holding our view up, no change. So we have to wait for this to find that offer, and then we get our next leg down. As soon as this loses momentum, we're good. So just be patient, look for the setup. 2 minutes left on this candle. All we're watching for again is, are we able to, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Are we able to sustain outside of value of this candle into close, right? A minute 40 left. Or are we able to trap up here and then get back below? That's the question. We're getting that bounce with Russell into our pivot. Makes sense to me. That's why we were expecting that upside move first. And now we're just waiting to see where we're going to end up. This is just my original entry, or sorry, exit on ES here, where I closed at 76. I'm going to redraw this. I just need to move this so that we can see what happens into the new 15s. That'll give us our next trade as soon as we find this guy. 20 seconds till new 15s. New 15s.
Surely expecting big use data. Anthropic says Opus 5 excels in software engineering tasks. Anthropic unveiling more cost-efficient Claude Opus 5 AI model.
Thank God, dude.
Meta says powered by Musk Spark 1.1 Meta AI can now make plans, connect to email and calendar apps, and create slides and handle tasks on users' behalf. So Meta to bring Meta's new AI features to more countries and services, including WhatsApp, in coming weeks. And Meta new features start rolling out on July 24th in some markets in Meta AI app and Meta AI.
Opus 5 is so needed. Fable
Total rig
is so
count
expensive.
587 compared to the prior 588. Just waiting on the oil rig count.
That'll be huge. All right, this is our little look above. We're watching to see what happens here. This is incredibly important to let us know if we're trapping like we thought, or if we're going to be able to sustain the higher low. It'll be dependent if Russell finds a bid here, I think, and ES is just retesting our 70 pivot, just like we thought. So this is our little look above. Now we're watching to see if we get that hold below, or if offer is able to sustain, or sorry, if the bid is able to sustain the higher low.
Spark 1.1 Meta AI can now make plans, connect to email and calendar apps, and create slides and handle tasks on users' behalf.
Remember, like, Russell loses momentum, market dies. Russell finds that low, then we have potential, right? Because we have then everything pushing together. So I just want to see how we're going to do into these highs.
So
and
Trump
if
on
Truth
Social, just putting out an article from Newsmax that Bulgaria approves US airbase support.
Higher low holding so far.
Bulgaria backs Trump and approves US airbase support despite Iran threats, is what the article says that Trump has reposted.
Not a ton of
oil rig count coming in at 450.
Keeping an eye on how we're building here on our deltas. And see that trap where we circled. Getting back down, testing our value low. Remember, we want to see a very clear seller step below value of that previous candle. Show that interest back below. Then we can get that continuation down. Without it, right, we're sustaining, and then we're going to be looking for that look back above. I want full market participation with us getting back below our pivots here. I'm trying to take it into 70-71, but it's not enough yet for me to have a bias. Very two-sided on ES, so. I'm waiting to see, like, Russell show a little bit more interest below 56. They're definitely trying here. We're seeing a little bit of an aggressive take there at 76. on NQ. Still no look below value though. Very two-sided.
So China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi now confirming that China backs Pakistan's mediation role in the US-Iran talks.
So the issue is like, where would I put my risk here? If they're going to take here at 70, 71, do I just put my risk at 73? And then just hope that we get the sweeper here? So I just would rather have a better setup, because that just seems like too much of a coin flip. But they're definitely trying. I think you just gotta wait it out. I fucking knew it. God damn it. I fucking knew it. Well, might get follow through here on retest. Let's see. I'm not in that. Not a good enough entry for me. Too slow. But that was an obvious that it was going to happen. Very predictable. But the action is just too slow midday for me. I'm hoping for a better retest here on NQ to actually give us an entry here on retest.
So Trump is posting on Truth Social. He says he's doing 301 probes into EU robbing American companies.
Let's see if we get this retest here.
Trump
Below
says the US will
69s as well.
immediately
Yes.
initiate a Section 301 investigation into the European Union's treatment of US companies. It accuses the EU of unfairly targeting American firms through large fines and calls the practice discriminatory.
I think now risking off 73 might be viable on this little look below if we can sustain here. Let's see what they do. Russell can lead us down with this following it, and we can hold this pivot below 69.73. I think we might be in an okay spot.
So Trump here does say that the administration expects to impose a substantial tariff on the European Union as soon as possible.
Hey, there we go. Exactly what we wanted to see. Russell follow through. Yes, follow through. Following our plan. Little book above. Trap. You got your secondary and your push down. This is first target on NQ if you're following our idea. This is first target on ES as well from our failure at 69 to 62. Just a scalp right now. Let's see if we can get some continuation.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi told Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov that Japan must never be allowed to rearm.
I'd like to see 60. Like at least a couple more points off that if it's going to do it. But we have to acknowledge that where we are, right? Previous day value high. I just want this VWAP reversion. That's all I care about. That's why it was our target for this low. Pretty clear reversion off of a failure to sustain above. Right, then we get that sweeper below, pop down. Now we watch to see what we do here. If Russell wants to lead, then we get follow through. If not, then, you know, that's that. Taking off my first risk here as we push down into 60s. No reason to look for exact target. Take off a little off of our flip of our 69, and let's see if we get some continuation or if that's that. Just a classic wait for Russell to lose momentum, look for that trap above our area of interest, and then look for that retest for the continuation trade on the other side. Look above and fail area, yeah. Right into target one here on NQ, following our pathing and our idea based off our zone. Like I said, I don't know how much more we're going to get short term. I would expect a bit of a bounce here. This is the VWAP reversion on ES. Trying to think where we could head next. ES below 56 is cooked. Yeah, that's that back into that lower distribution then, yeah. I think that's probably the next setup, to be honest. Is I'm deleting our pathing now that it's fully played. No reason to keep it on chart. This is that lower distribution that we would then trade in. Right, so we've got this right here. We just failed on the look above. We're now retesting this look here. We're going to see, I think if this holds, and then if we are able to bid off of that, right, that 56 area, these highs, or if we get back into this lower balance, because if we do, right, we know how to trade it. That's an easy trade. Look back in, look for that reoffer of this edge, play the distribution down, target 1 POC of this range, target 2 lower, right? Throw a fixed range on that bad boy. There you go. There's your entry vehicle. POC to value, holds, rotation down to value low. We're just looking for the redress now of this 70 area, just original entry, I think. We can just look at our footprint. Let me zoom in a bit, give you the old, what are we looking at? You just got your trigger on the indicator for the short off the fail. What is it looking for is the question. In short, so entry is here at 66's target. It's looking for is 405. So it wants the breach because of the failure here. That's a little ambitious in my opinion. But stop is now at this high and it's looking for that. But this would be your risk for that trade. That's what it's watching for. It's a bit bold, in my opinion. But I definitely could see it playing with this failure at our highs. But I think there's going to be a better entry than trying here. Because this is just a VWAP bounce, which is why this is why we closed here, target-wise. So it makes sense to look for this as a bid. So I think, personally, that your actually better off looking for this reoffer here at our original entry at the 70, or looking for the flip of VWAP and then playing the flip of VWAP down to value low as first target, and then POC to value low of previous day, right, as secondary targets. So this, and then third target would be, right, flip of this, targeting into our 405, 397. That's your full actual target and entry model. That makes way more sense, but we'll see. I just think this is going to be a bit reactionary here off of VWAP. To think otherwise is just kind of delusional. I'm going to just watch for something like this. Into POC on NQ. Yeah, I think that that's probably going to make the most sense. Let's see what they do here. I mean, there's a beautiful setup on NQ starting, at least, with this absorption into 60 to 70. If that continues to hold on retest, and then we can where would we need to sweep below is the question. We're testing into that absorption now, 60 to 70. Let's see what happens, if they can take. I just, like I said, I think this bounce makes a lot of sense. And now we look for retests. I want to see them like really try to take in and absorb here, and then fail, and then look down, right? I want to see like a better trap, just like we saw on that reaction that led to this downside move. We want to see like a clear look in here, and then failure, and then like basically an exhaustive buy side leg, and then sellers then taking advantage and then being like, all right, let's keep going down. That's all you had? And then push us through so that we can actually go to that value edge on the other side, right? Because we just failed at our highs, right? So we AMT wise, like we're transitioning through value after a failed break to the upside. We failed to expand up, right? So now we are traversing back through after retesting and putting in that lower high, trapping that liquidity above. We hit POC, that's resistance. Now looking for that lower offer, seeing if sell side is willing to hold the lower price, and then transition us back down to our value lows for that full balance rotation. But it's not only just a balance rotation, it's a balance rotation with an offside buyer in highs, right? So it's bear biased in its current state, at least. That's only if we get this follow through here on this retest. If not, then it's still just plain, because it's still just neutral with both sides, you know? But I would love to see some sort of absorption here on both of these into these highs, and then that would give us the follow through we want for the afternoon. That's at least the idea in its current state. We'll see what happens from there. I'm gonna take these off just so that we can come back. Let's see what's going on here. Just remember it's midday, right? Slow. our afternoon plans have played to a T every day, but they've taken 7 hours to take place, right? they've required the entire afternoon session. It's not the morning volatility. Market open high? For what? I am from India. Hello, my friend. I'm from the United States. All right, what are we gonna do here? This is all that matters. This is a little look above again into our absorption from before on NQ, where they took in last time at this 80.85 that we were talking about. Remember? Same area again. Look at your value on this candle, right? Same shit. We're watching this guy, and then this value high here, right? Can they look above and actually sustain? Can we get above? Or does this trap, rotate back through, and then punish? That's the idea, right? What are we going to do here on this little look above this? Do we trap it in these highs? Can I speak Hindi? No, I'm sorry, man. I know a little Chinese and a little French. No Hindi, though. I'm live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, for free. And then I'm in, oh, I stream every day though, in Discord. But you can just catch me Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I usually trade from 10 to 2. I really don't like trading the afternoon. I think the afternoon is awful. So I try to avoid it. I try to trade the morning only, and then I usually do like more educational stuff midday. Maybe we look for a couple trades, and then I usually give my my end of day read of what I'm looking for, and then I usually log off and go walk the dog. Just afternoon sessions aren't great, in my opinion. Too slow, not enough volatility. I just have zero faith in this low so far. Again, like all this looks like to me is a POC retest on NQ. This just looks like come back up into this, fake out, kind of like reoffer, rotate down, and then continuation. We'll see though. And see how we positioned on that. Very top heavy there. Watch for a reoffer into this. This is value low test. Watch to see if we hold this and then head down on a sweep below 70, it looks like. Failure to show that is then we'll come back up into this first. So we'll just keep our eye on these two areas, pivots. Very clear. Why can't I draw, man? Hello? Zone of control. Needs to flip this for down. We look for traps above. And to these highs. Yeah, let's keep an eye on this area on NQ. Pretty important. 30-second opening range here, as well as our daily POC and previous day value. So we look to see if we trap up into this, and then we then look back below for the rotation through off of a failure, or if it'll sustain, and then we are able to bid up. I've got no skin in the game right now. I'm just watching, looking to see if we can do this. We hit PT for our shorts, so now this reversals make sense. I'm just trying to find another entry if we're gonna keep going. That's all. I personally do not think that it is done structurally, but we'll see. All we did was bounce VWAP. Which is good, don't get me wrong, but I need to see more for upside for me to be convinced. Before I take something else. I think this is auto moving with price. Maybe just adjust it so it doesn't do that. The key is going to be this retest of our 500 here, if the bid is going to be able to hold it or not. On NQs. Right, because like this is now our battle point or our pivot, whatever you want to call it, is this value area here. We need to very clearly see our daily POC, which is this line here, show interest, right? And show that this upper auction that's taking place on this candle right now, right, is going to be able to be defended, and it's not going to be late buyers in a P profile shape. So what we're watching for is, can we sustain, flag this, hold, and then go for a continuation? Or, right, does this fail, and are these late buyers? And then do we then look below this value for that lower high for the rotation down, trapping this liquidity up here? Hopefully that makes sense. We'll see what we do relatively soon here. Testing now. Again, this is just that 500 edge I was talking about. We want to see these buyers continue to sustain if we're going to go up. It is incredibly important that they show that interest, show that higher low, and then that willingness to expand. Or again, it's just like a base that builds off of a very thin profile, and then that failure will result in that rotation back through. The same thing on EOS.
So we've heard statements related to this already, but China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi did meet Iran's Aragchi July 24th in Kyrgyzstan. So again, we've seen some statements released from China, Iran, or at least statements alluding to their meeting. So this isn't really a surprise.
Looks okay so far. Good hold. I was hoping to see a bit more on ES to drive this idea home that we're flipping. Not really seeing it yet. Just waiting for this balance to break. Either direction, hold, retest, continuation. Still just bidding where we need it to. For ES, sorry, this needs to pretty clearly flip back below this for me to care, below 70. That was where we took our original short with this like 69.70 for this rotation down to our 60. And this is like your view up here. So from here, we need to now we need to figure out if this is going to continue to hold and build, or we can get back below these participants here. Because if not, like we're just rotate up to previous targets. With NQ, same thing. Popped into 540 as target. The issue is like there's not a ton of room to establish continuation up here after this first PT that we're going into now. Again, our 82, 85 area on ES, and this 40 area on 40 to 55 area on NQ. This is PT1, but like there's so much clean absorption up here that we have to get through for me to really respect that this is going to go for any sort of like real continuation and not just a retest and then pop down. There was just so much absorption up here from earlier when we curled over. So I need to see us like get in, or like, again, this is just kind of it. We fizzle out, buy side exhausts. We need to see like some pretty clear buyers, buying intent up here after PT1 to go for continuation. Or we will fizzle out and fade here now that we've hit PT1. That's your 540 on NQ. 540. Some pretty clear take, and 80 to 85 again here on ES, same as before. $40 holding, that's your 30-second opening range high on NQ. Now testing our ORM. You'd like to see buyers here at 520, 525. That's your mid, like I said, and value of our previous candle. So it's where you want to see, like, ideally, right, retest. Show that we have interest to hold this distribution that we created for continuation up. Failure to sustain after hitting into 540, right? Then we have potential to then trap the liquidity above here and then look for that offer below 505, 500 for that continuation down now that we've done full target. So really important kind of if we're going to hold that higher low structure or now rotate back through value, right? This is going to let us know if this liquidity is now offsides outside of value. And what I mean by value is just like the current balance that we're trading, right? Like this box. Testing back through to our val low now, off of the failure to sustain the higher low here at that 520. Now rotating through our known value, right? So if we don't find a bid here at this low that's very, very clear, we will look for the reoffer, and then this liquidity will be trapped above, and then we can then play this down to 470. That's the play, because now we have some offset liquidity above. So the question is, does this bid into our low, and can we then get back above? Or can we now look for this fade off of a sweep below and then continuation down? This should be a pretty good test to let us know if we've got a solid trade here. We need this 500 flip to be real, or they'll just absorb here. Sweeper attempting. Probably reoffer 95, 505 here. If they don't just sweep it. Aggressive seller would be hold to 490, rotation down to 465. Less aggressive need for a trap would be that push back up into that 500 first before we can go down. Beautiful. So that's your full rotation off that failure on the trap above. Again, 75-65 target is great. And now let's see if we get continuation below that or if this holds short term. Again, nothing really here on ES for me. It's got to do a much more serious flip here for more. Right now it's just a pullback to our area of interest. But NQ, really easy rotation to play off of this failure here. Just with what we were talking about, right? Which is just a trap above this very clear value area that was created. You can see it, right? Our value low on 2 candles here, and then POC on the 3rd candle with our value highs all being the same after hitting our 540 target for upside, right? We then completely exhaust out buying, and then we see sell side step and then rotate. So what we want to see now is a very clear flip of this, and then we can rotate down to secondary targets here if we're going to get continuation. We'll see what happens. They have to flip this, just like we flipped here. We need to see this become very actionable. Or what's going to happen instead is we're going to bounce here first. We'll get a lower offer, and then we can then go down. We need to see how actionable these buyers are here still. Is there still quite a bit of interest here at this pivot? Or do we need to do another rotation of this balance, right? Or can we sweep immediately here with sell side stepping down on first attempt? We're seeing sellers trying to initiate at this 85.90. So if we're going to hold, that's the most bearish hold possible. If we aren't able to hold there, we do the full rotation back up to this retest. Let's see what they do here. This is our edge. Again, great risk off if you haven't already. We know that this is our target. We know this is our pivot. We know we should be expecting a inflection here. We now need to see if sell side is going to aggressively pop this thing down or need to retest that 85.90 area first to let us know if this is going to flip to go back down to our value here at 430. I don't need to draw this twice. That doesn't make any sense. Very clear offer into this. We'll watch to see if we can flip like that. Yes, now testing our main pivot. Sorry, don't mean to ignore you. It's got to be pretty clear here on this flip, or this will be where we bounce, and then we'll look for pops back over 76 for continuation. Sell side's got to show pretty clear interest below the 68, just like we were talking about before, and then we can look for 60. All right, looks like we need to retest this absorption here, short term. Like I said, again, like the most aggressive seller would be this hold of this this 85 area that we just pushed into. We now want to see sell side try to sweep
Basic shares are headed for their lowest close since their IPO, last down around 4.5%.
This sweep of the lows is really important. We got the initial test where we wanted. Good reaction into 80. But now sell side needs to follow through. All right, let's see if they can do it here. We want speed on the flip. Give me a good retest. Give me some speed. Let's see both markets actually be able to sustain below pivots. That'd be sick if we could do it. And that will give us our final target into 430 and 60s on ES. Watching to see what they do here. So far, taking in a decent amount of sellers at this 55.60. We need them to exhaust these passive buyers and sweep through if we're going to do it. Let's see if they can give us one last push down. Two-sided still. Offer sitting at 70. We're retesting POC of previous candle here. This is it. Either it holds or they fail and they just trapped there, in my opinion. Looking at our absorption here again into our 80-85. This is the test. Sell's got to be here. And then I need to sweep below 60s for more. Or I think that's that. With ES holding our pivot, it's going to be very hard fought. I need to see clear selling here. And then a very clear pop back below this pivot. That's the only way we get continuation at this point, or we squeeze shorts. Testing into value now and POC of previous candle. Again, this is that pivot. This is our either flip point or our higher low. Held our same absorption level, no change, right? Sell side still sitting there above, but now we need to see if these guys are going to get punished into this low. And secondary buyers now are willing to step in to defend, or if this is still the same seller, and now these buyers will be punished here, and then sell side steps back in now that we have fresh liquidity here. Right, it's the same idea as the highs, where this is now a B profile on this candle, right? So we need to see if this is going to be the ability to actually sustain, or if this is late sellers now actually failing and then popping us back. I'm hoping that we actually get the follow through we want, and this was, you know, a good trap. I want this target, but we want follow through here on ES as well. It's just too passive here at the 60 still. Not giving me a ton of hope. Taking in into 70, lower high. But without that sweep below 60 and clear offer, it's just like two-sided, 50-50. God, I hate midday. Again, only looking for continuation on a clear flip of this pivot on both ES and NQ. Until then, it's range bound with offside buyers above. We're now here in our test. I mean, personally for me, nothing has changed. Like, I still think this is just like a short setup. It's just midday, so it's taking forever, right? Nothing has changed about our pathing. Same sell side offer at POC on the daily on NQ. Same secondary sellers stepping in here again at 80.85, trying to take in size. The key is just from this what's it called? This rotation, right? Like, we need to see sellers here. We need to see the offer move down. We then need to see the sweep below this value, right? Like, that's the sequence that needs to play out. If that fails to shift, right, like, then these guys are trapped off sides, and then eventually, like, we will pop this first before we can do a direction. We can make a directional decision. We would have to like look above, look for fresh liquidity at POC. So like, it's really important that we do see, right, like the secondary sellers step in, hold, and then be able to sweep below for this follow through, for this to actually have some sort of like real viable edge to it. Same thing with a yes. Like, a yes very clearly trapped here between these two. That's obvious. We knew that it was going to bounce here, but it doesn't mean much unless we can sustain and pop back over this, right? So right now, all you're doing is consolidating with trapped liquidity above, which isn't bullish, right? It's just not moving as fast as you want it to for your short. But like, viability wise, like, we're still holding this liquidity off. We're still probably just going to be looking for this retest, and then we need to see that sweeper below, and that leads to the takeout of this low. If these guys can maintain offsides, that's the key. But again, midday, every move takes 7 hours to play out instead of the 5 minutes in the morning. So it's just a bit boring. But as long as you're following a plan and you actually understand what you're looking for, right? Like, it's fine, it's viable. If anything, it's more mechanical in the afternoon, because like it's just very clear structurally because you have so much built out already. Whereas in the morning, it is mechanical as well, but it's a little bit more discretionary because the profile is building on the day and you're playing off of, you know, more order flow, potentially offside participants and stuff like that, right? You're finding setups based off of the market generated information that are appearing in front of you. Whereas in the afternoon, you have like very clear structural nodes that you're playing around in levels because so much is already built out on the day. But because of that, there's so much more liquidity that price has to be able to push through because we've developed the profile so much more. So price is a little bit slower. There's less volume, less volatility. Takes a bit longer. Let's see what happens here on our pivots if we can get this flush, or if they hold here again. Bro, Opus 5 matches Fable on coding at half the price. Holy. Fable, Opus 5 just came out today. Look at these stats, bro. Holy. Nice. Oh, a little sweep below. Let's see if we can get some follow through here, boys. Retesting. Do they trap again, or are we able to actually sustain? We need to see a pretty clear reoffer into like 60 to 75. This needs to be quick. We want them to slap this thing down if it's going to go. If they fail this again, I'm going to be so sad. The problem with these models, Ty, is like they just lie to you. Like you have to do so much work to actually like test to see if what they're saying is actually like they're doing what they're saying. Like I have to like create like insane frameworks and go through like layers and layers of guardrails of like how you test something, how you prove something is wrong, the questions you need to ask before like I even get into coding at this point, because I've run into so many issues where I spend an entire day working with this AI who doesn't even understand, like is literally lying to me that it understands the concepts that I'm teaching it, and just like regurgitates the words back at me as a mirror. And then when I'm like, okay, well, visualize what I just said, right? And then they try to like actually recreate it, and they have no clue what they're doing. And it's like, well, you just wasted my entire day because you lied to me and told me that, you know,
AWS announcing the availability of Claude Opus 5 on Amazon Bedrock and Claude platform on AWS.
That like you understood the mechanics of the thing that I was trying to build, and you didn't. Like, so like of course the code was bad, right? And the back test was bad because the input was bad, and you lied about that the input was good, that you understood the what you were doing and the rationale behind it. It happens so often where like Claude just literally lies, and that's like, oh yeah, no, like this is clearly this setup has no edge. And it's like, okay, well, let me see what you actually took. And it's like the most dog shit trade you've ever seen in your life. it's just like, oh, like brother. Yeah, the levels are easy, but then the weighting is what becomes hard.
SpaceX AI says today we're bringing Grok into Google Workspace.
Because you have to create a weighting system that makes sense for the AMT to actually make sense within your rules. That's the part that's hard, and requires a lot of forward and back testing. Because it's like, okay, well, is previous day structure more important than, you know, a single print? Is a single print more important than an excess high, right? Like, what's the difference between an excess high and a single print? Should they be different levels?
They also add that Grok for Google Workspace is a free add-on.
Is an LVN or an HVE, right, more important than, you know, today's developing POC or value, right? Like, it has to weight all of the options to then be able to make a statistical playbook, right, that then gives targets based off of probability. So then it has to know what's what, where things usually go, what things are the most reactive, right? That's the part that takes a really long time, because it has to have a deeper understanding than just like, oh, I've identified a level, right? Like that's easy because that's very structural. But like the weighting and the actual engine to create real AMT is hard, because it requires a much deeper understanding of the material that like these AIs will just literally hallucinate about if you don't give them like real structure to work off of. That took a really long time for me, of like actually being like getting it to a point where it isn't allowed to lie. Like it has like a triple check that it goes through, and then it does a self a self-grading at the end of every day based off of the previous day's read, with no reprinting, no anything change, right? Like we the levels that I give it out at night are made from the session close of the day before, is with the entire read, and then we grade like what happened on the day based off of that. And then as that we collect more data, then it will adjust once, you know, a X amount of posts have been proven. So it's a 20 session period for me before any changes are made, where something has to invalidate or validate over 20 sessions to get put into the actual build. Because again, like the problem with these models is like they will do a patchwork solution that works for that specific scenario that you've identified that needs to be fixed. So if it's like, why didn't this, you know, why didn't value high act as resistance on this attempt? And then what it's going to do, instead of being like, yeah, you're right, that doesn't follow AMT laws, right? That you've instituted and that you've told me to follow, right? Like it's going to be like, I now need to adjust it that value high is the most heavily weighted thing so that it works specifically in this setup that the user highlighted. So instead of like an overall mechanical fix that goes and tries to diagnose why it didn't fire on that specific setup, or like if there's a global weighting that was wrong, it will now go in and do a patchwork fix where it will change your weighting specifically to fix that one problem that you highlighted as a quick patch to immediately solve your issue instead of trying to do deeper thinking. You see it all the time with AI models where it's just like they're lazy, like they're literally lazy, like they don't want to do the deeper thinking. And then you'll like call them out on it and they'll be like, oh yeah, you're right, like I did the quicker patch because I didn't want to actually go through and try to problem solve it. Like they will literally say that. It's like, what the fuck? Like, are you kidding me? You just wasted my time, bro. ES is miserable. When are you guys gonna learn to just like not trade in the afternoons? Yeah. I mean, I'm just in this short, just looking for this continuation, hoping that we get this last leg. But as soon as it fully plays out, I am out of here. I just want this pushed down into 430 value low so that I can leave. Like this trade and this sequence that we have drawn out would have taken 10 minutes this morning, but
Elon
instead
Musk
it
says
took
next month all code on X system to be open source.
an entire like distribution to be made, a pull down sequence. But you can see like it played out, nothing changed, nothing invalidated, literally everything stayed the same. It just takes so much longer in the afternoon. That's what I mean by like structurally things hold very well. It just takes ages to actually play out because of the amount of liquidity that's, you know, been pulled on the day, right? We have all of these nodes that we have to actually like build through and push through. And with the lesser volume, it just sucks. I'm gonna take off a little risk here. I can't be bothered. I'm not gonna be a dick for a tick. Taking off a little risk into 40, and then I'll leave a PT at our 30 level, just so I can start to exit out of this position slowly. I don't need to full close at exactly it. There it is. That's our tag. Sweep into 430. Holy shit. Did that take so long? I have 4 contracts left here at a 464 average on my runners. Let's see if we can do anything else or if that's that. Immediate bid off of our 430 low PT. Let's see if they can get some follow through. I think it's going to be a bit hard with where Russell is currently trading, but maybe if we can trap a little bit higher and then Russell then is able to offer below VWAP, then we're going to be already, yeah, exactly. It's going to be a bit hard to get that follow through without a bit of a higher offer on NQ, I think. But I don't think that anything's wrong. I think there's probably potential for continuation, but this was just such an easy target to gauge for. Holy, that took way too long to play. ES still looks fine, boys. If you're in the ES trade, it's just going to be a bit slow until Russell can flip VWAP. I'm going to get off of this chart now that that's fully played and just go look back at our other charts just to get a bit of a gauge of where we are. Yeah, so this is still a really good first PT into 464, 460. And then if we can flip that, we should have a pretty solid leg down to previous day value high and our current value just into this area here would be your next target. Yeah. Okay. And again, like this is just us doing the exact same trade that's been happening over and over and over again this week, which is a failed, or I don't want to call it a failed, a pop into our highs and then a failure to kind of expand. And then it's just a rotation off of a POC rejection and then rotation back to our value low into end of day. That's been very common lately. But the thing that's been interesting that I called out yesterday is that when we get down to this value low into end of day, we have been seeing insane reactions where we then in the last 15 minutes rotate the entire value all the way back up into close, into MOC. So I would still be targeting these value lows on ES and NQ for your final runners. So 390, sorry, on NQ, and I think this 450 is pretty viable if we can breach this low here at 460. Another 10 points on ES. Definitely take your first profit here into 460 though. But if we can flip that, definitely viable. And again, like this trade that it's called out is entry here, right? This is your stop and this is your target here at 405s for this trigger that happened here. But I think that you need a bit more excitement here. It's hard to try to short VWAP, right? This was a bounce point on the last attempt where we shorted this down. I want to see NQ just give us that follow through we need because we've already flipped VWAP. And again, like the issue here is that Russell is literally holding VWAP as supportive with ES, right? So getting a responsive bid here makes sense until we can flip and hold below. Once we do, then we get that next leg down. NQ is going to be our leader for downside here because it already has flipped and that was the trade, right? The look above and fail, reoffer here, rotation through. So 380, great target. 400, good target for the midterm, right? 400, 380, and then these lows. But we'll see. Again, the move that I was looking for is already played. I'm just looking now to see if we can get that full value rotation on my runners. Let me go back to our charts here.
Trump meets with top advisors on Iran on Friday, according to New York Times.
I think I'm just going to leave these as runners and go let my dog out before she pees the house. I didn't realize that it was so late. That trade took forever to play. Yeah.
So further from the article here, Trump insisted that the US-Israeli war in Iran would be a relatively short excursion, although it's now lasted nearly 5 months. So Trump was meeting on Friday with top advisors and senior members of his cabinet to decide whether to intensify the military assault against Iran, according to 4 people briefed from the planned discussion.
We probably just headed to our PVZ reversion into 350, 340. Would be my guess on NQ. Definitely going to take some off into our daily value low, though. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, this looks good. It's exactly what we thought was going to happen. It just took an hour to play. Pushing into target now. NQ. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through. Again, Trump meets with top advisors
One more
as
there.
he weighs a major escalation in Iran, according to New York Times. Just a reminder, there was a piece from Axios on July 17th last week that according to Axios, that the US is sending dozens more refueling planes to Israel ahead of possible escalation. And now this is a New York Times piece just saying that Trump had a meeting on Friday whether to intensify Iran assault. Just keep an eye on the markets here. There's a little bit of downside movement from the S&P 500 again. Not so much a movement, but after those headlines from New York Times come out, a bit more movement to downside started. Again, not so much, but just noting that here. WTI, a slight bit of a rise off the back of those New York Times headlines. Dixie not doing much.
Oh, sorry, man. I stepped away for a second. For PVZ, it's Vermin's hours. So they actually show at the bottom if you ever want. It's the reversal times on the PVZ indicator. It also says in the description, if you go to the actual indicator page, it tells you, it breaks down all the times. Were people willing to play this rotation with POC holding as resistance, or was it like way too slow for you? Were you able to play the reoffer at least once it actually approved, or did you just get chopped up? You just weren't willing to risk it. I get you. I'm telling you, for the afternoons, you got to have conviction. You just go for the larger targets because it doesn't act like the morning. Just got to let things play out, man. I'm going to make a daily profile like PVC for Motivate. I personally don't find the developing profile useful at all and would rather have static profiles. Yeah, I've been playing around with...
Also, according to New York Times, citing US intelligence saying that Iran's new leader is more open to pursuing a nuclear weapon.
I think the game changer for the developing profile, it's something that I've been working on as well, is how do you make that useful? Because the problem is that a static profile is something that a person can read. A developing profile is the actual levels that your bot, right, the robot that or your software, whatever you're going to do, is actually reading on the chart. So you have to be able to find some sort of edge off the developing that makes sense, because that's going to be the rules that trigger your actual trades. A fixed profile is a very discretionary tool, right? You can see the HVNs, you can see how those are going to react, right? And you're going to be able to see like how we move through them. But it's a very discretionary system when you actually think about it. It's not very rules-based. But it is rules based in the sense of AMT, like the laws still apply, right? Like the balance and all of that. But actually trying to create entries and exits and scalping rules for a intraday profile is incredibly hard because the lack of vision of your robot, right? Like of the bot that you're trading with. So the way that I think that, or I've been trying to incorporate the developing, is you have to also train it on shapes, on profile shapes. So you want to give weighting to how the profile develops, how value shifts, and then you wanted to create a classifier on top of that that then is able to identify the shape of the profile, right? Is it a P? Is it a B? Is it a double distribution, right? Because then it can create different scenarios on how it expects price to trade through those profiles on either a failure to sustain that upper node on an uppercase P, right? And where it expects price to go based off of how value is shifted, right? Because then the value shift on the developing profile becomes your target. So the classifier, right, again, is the profile shape. So you have to be able to identify those. And then it then uses that developing value to understand where effort is being exuded, right? Because if POC shifts up and then we then hold it as resistance and then we have an upper node like we did today, right, where we built out a distribution at our highs, like this is, that then lets us know to then look for that fade and that rotation to the other side of the trade, right? Like that's what it becomes important. And it's very hard to see from a profile like this that's been developed out. But if you were looking at it from a developing profile, you could see that like POC shifted from here and then shifted up here. And then it's like, okay, well now we have this upper auction that's offsides above. And now we can weight that where, yes, we're in a balanced structure, right? Where we're trading within value, but who is offsides at what position and who is currently in control? Are we putting in lower highs since that last participant was offsides outside of value? Or are we putting higher lows in, right? So that's kind of how I've been looking to identify and classify, is it's like, who was the last participant who was offsides outside of value and who's in control since then, right? That then gives you an idea of where price wants to go. So like, yes, we're in a balanced rotation, but which side should I be fading? Which side makes more sense? You have to think about everything in like a really like a rule book and a mechanical sense, because that's, remember, you have to remember, like that's how the bot is going to be able to see it. I just closed my last long there, or sorry, my last short on MNQ for that trade into 360 there. This is ES coming into target as well. We could go for some continuation. I'm not going to do it. I'm about to leave. I'm losing my voice again. I can feel it. So I think we reached the same conclusion except through different data. Like I use completed profiles to discern the narrative while using how the current auction is reacting to it. Best way I can put it. Yeah. I think that if you're trying to, like, I think like your 30 minute profile is probably really solid to automate. because there's enough data there where you can then just teach it like acceptance at edges or failure at edges, and then like what you're looking for in those scenarios. And then all you have to do is train that model on how to enter on the right side of the trade, right? Because there's it's going to always try to enter on the first wick in, so you have to teach it what an actual accepted right side of V looks like, right? That's the thing that matters. Because there's one thing that like these algos they're just absolute dog shit at is entries and exits. Like they just don't understand, like, because again, like entries and exits and execution is very discretionary. Like how would you actually enter, and like what's the rule set that's going to carry over that you can actually automate? It's super nuanced, right? Glad you had a good day, man. This is a full target here on ES. If you have the ability to hold and for continuation, go for it. It could definitely come down more. Your battle right now, and the reason why I think that you have to risk off some, is that this is our very clear lower distribution, right? So what we need to see now, if you're going to look for continuation, is a very clear flip below, and then rotation through this balance here, back down to these lows. So I would expect some sort of retest here relatively soon into this 450, and then maybe a re-offer into like 56 or 58 before we move on. So I think that this is probably a good risk off unless something like really just like melts down. But I think we're going to probably see some sort of bid here, and then maybe like a rotation like this through this balance into close, maybe something like that, for one more leg down. But I don't know how long that's going to take. I have no clue. We'll see. But the reason why you should expect some sort of bounce here is that this 450 to 442 is your 30-second opening range. So we are just back to our day open, boys. So until we can flip below 42 to 450, 442 to 450, expect some sort of reactive bid here, I would assume. And then we look for the retest. If you can push below 442 here and we don't just immediately find a buyer here at this 48 to 50, and we can actually just like start to trade through this, then yeah, this looks sick. This looks great for a rotation through. But if we're being like actually realistic, I expect a bit of a chop here at our opening range before we continue onward. That doesn't mean that you're wrong or that you should close your position. It just means to expect a bit of a more nuanced auction here while we wait. But that's our target, right? This is exactly where we wanted to go.
NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $89.31 a barrel, down $2.88 or 3.12%. Diesel August futures settle at around $4.18 a gallon. Gasoline August futures settle at around $3.39 a gallon.
The battle now
natural gas August futures settle at around $2.87.
is, can we hold this as resistance, previous day value high, and our current value low, and our 30-second opening range here on ES? If we can hold this offer, we will rotate down to ETH low and our 430 into close. I think that is a easy assumption to make, is that if this can hold and we are able to then like push through, that this is where we're headed. Again, I don't think it happens all at once here. I mean, maybe it does and you get lucky, but like statistically, it's just not in our favor that this just immediately slices through. Here, I'm gonna actually mark this for you. Let me turn on our 30-second opening range real quick, just so you can visualize the pivot and why I expect to bounce here.
So just keep an eye on the strongest and weakest sectors in the S&P 500. Strongest sector is real estate, up by 2.31%. Weakest sector is information technology, down by 0.74%. Nasdaq 100 index extending decline to 1% now.
See, but like that could be actually really sick. Like an only most recent leg delta auction as like a fixed profile. Like that could be really cool to track like your most recent participants on the most from the last like aggressive sell or aggressive bid. Like that could be actually like a really cool idea if done correctly. Like imagine if you could track like a zigzag swing pivot or something, and then a fixed profile delta, a fixed delta profile, then tracked that zigzag swing, and then you were able to then basically track the buying and selling on that leg. That could be sick. I don't know. You should definitely talk in the testing channel in the other Discord. We can brainstorm together. I don't know if you've even looked in there.
S&P 500 index erasing earlier gain to trade flat.
We might actually be able to do this in one go. That's crazy. I don't want to speak too soon, but let's watch for a retest here. Ah, man, I would like to see a better retest than this. This is garbage. I still expect a better retest of at least our opening range edge. Give me some sort of like look like this. That'd be nice. Yo, later myth. Yeah, have a good one. Have a good weekend. All right, we're getting our retest. That only makes sense. This move is a little exaggerated. We now need to see someone get absorbed here, and then the lower offer if it's going to go down. Just be patient. Russell retesting PVZ from the other side is resistance. Good hold. They're absorbing short term into 316, 330 right now on NQ. I don't know if it's going to hold. First test was good. We need to flip this low at 295 for more. Need to see that sweep below, or we probably will have to come up to 345 first before we can go down. So again, 16 to 30 currently where offer is trying to maintain. But if we can't get below 295 on this test, then I would expect us to have to come back up a bit higher before we can go lower. Watching our retest here on ES off of our look-in and fail, and now lower offer. Good playing directly. If Russell can hold pivot, we're good to go. Testing into our pivot now on NQ, into our 295. Let's see if they can sweep it. Looking for follow through here if they're going to be aggressive. If not, this will be where the higher low defends, and then we'll have to come up to 45s first before we can continue. Into this guy.
So according to Tasnim News, you had a meeting between Iran's foreign minister and Pakistan's foreign minister. It just says that they met on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They did discuss regional and international developments.
Absorbed at 310, retesting 295. Needs to flip 295 for anything more. Like I said, gotta sweep that shit, or we're gonna continue to bid there, and then it'll flip over this guy who's taking in size at 15s for that rotation up to our like 45, 60 area. So if this continues to hold, I'd expect some sort of like slight bid here, rotation up into this, retest, and then we then go down like that. If they can hold this guy, then we can just do this move like this and sweep. They're testing it now. Watch them on footprint, try to agree in size here. Following our pathing on ES. Very clear it needs to flip 40 to 39 for more. Needs to flip that. I would look for a offer sweep under 38s in defense. That's what you're
According
watching for.
to Iran State News, IRIB, they say this afternoon US military fired 2 missiles at an LPG tanker that was approaching the area from the Gulf of Oman.
Fuck, I didn't mean to move that. I just wanted to. I mean, it's fine. You'd see that flip of 295 on offer there. That's all I wanted to highlight.
They also add that the tanker was struck because it was mistakenly believed to be carrying Iranian gas.
Yeah, 75 they're taking in. Take off my first risk here. It's getting a little jumpy. I think we re-offer 40s on NQ, or on ES. This 38 to 40, and then we sweep below, and then go for low a day at 31. Come on.
From the post, though, from IRIB, it doesn't say who the tanker belonged to.
Oh, tanker. I thought this guy was talking about a tank this entire time. God, I'm an idiot. I swear he said tank. Okay, I was so confused.
So they also add that the attack resulted in the deaths of 2 crew members and damage to the engine room, effectively stopping the ship. Again, this is according to Iran state media, IRIB.
All right, I'm taking off another 5 lots here as we push down on NQ. As we go for this low of day. Russell still has room, but NQ is leading here. ES at the bottom of our range that we were looking to trade. This is that full rotation of our of that lower auction. So I just want to make sure that I'm securing some gains from our highs here. So we're pushing down. Oh, what am I doing? This move happened like right when I said I was going to leave. It baited me. Yeah, I'm about to leave. All right. Well, at least we got a good secondary leg. That was cool. I'm glad that played out quick. All right. You guys have a good weekend. I don't know, man. I doubt we do much more here short term. I think you're probably going to get maybe a push
Brent
down
crude
into
futures settled at
430.
$96.78 a barrel, down $3.91 or 3.88%.
And then some sort of like retest of this structure. And then maybe you go for the last leg, something like that, if it does it. But this is a pretty extended move already without some sort of bounce. You've got that look below and fail zone here at 430 to 422. And then you have a single print down at 418. So some sort of reaction here and then bid makes a lot of sense as we come down into this low. But you should at least, I think we're going for that, our ES target. For that VPOC. I just don't know how smooth of a transition it'll be. Just rely on Russell. Downtrend persists, then you're good to go. If we flip over our 48s here, then you have to wait for VWAP before the next leg, I would think. That's my guess. All right. Peace. Have a good weekend, everyone.